Calling to order this public roundtable of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Tuesday, August 31st, 2021. The time is 12:07 in the afternoon, and this hearing is being conducted virtually. It's being broadcast live on cable TV, channel 13. It is also being, it's available via the Zoom video conference broadcast platform, and it's also available live through the council's website, which is www.dccouncil.us. The subject of this hearing, this is an oversight hearing, is the Stay DC program. STAY stands for Stronger Together by Assisting You. Stay DC is the name that the mayor has given to the program in the district. It's similar to that in the 50 states, which is using federal dollars to provide rent and utility assistance and even internet assistance to those who have been harmed, economically harmed by the pandemic and the shutdowns and unemployment that occurred last year. I'm going to read for a moment from the hearing notice. Through the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021, the district received $200 million in emergency rental assistance from the federal government. Pursuant to that act, the Secretary of the United States Treasury Department will begin recapturing unobligated rental assistance funding on September 30th, 2021, and redistributing it to jurisdictions that have obligated at least 65% of their funds. That's 65% of the $200 million. With this deadline rapidly approaching, the Committee of the Whole is holding this roundtable to hear from housing providers, community-based organizations that work with tenants in the district, to hear from utility providers, and to hear from the executive on the progress of the Stay DC program, including what issues need to be resolved and what improvements should be made to the program moving forward. The witness list for this hearing was essentially limited to invited witnesses. We wanted to invite providers, both utility and housing, to hear from them how they think this program is going. We also wanted to hear from organizations that work with tenants and low-income residents and are assisting them with accessing relief from Stay DC. And we wanted to hear from some of the contractors with the district government that are helping with the Stay DC program. While I read from the hearing notice, I didn't tell the whole story. So there's a total of $352 million, I'll repeat, $352 million that's available for rental assistance as well as utility assistance, and I mentioned internet as well. This is money that the federal government is providing that's available to individuals who are struggling to pay rent, who have accumulated rent overdue or rent debt and a utility debt. And through this program, assuming that they qualify, and most low income and people who became unemployed last year would qualify, they can get their past due rent paid or their utility bills that are in arrears paid. So this is really a good deal for residents and individuals. The rollout was a bit slow to the thinking of many council members and others. Still, data that I looked at the other day indicates that we are among the 50 states, even though we're not a state, we're on the list, so it's 51. Among the 51, we are number 3 in getting the most dollars out. So that's good, but still, there's, by my rough calculation, maybe $200 million that's still available. And not only do we want to see that money spent, but this is an opportunity for individuals to avoid debt, to come out of the pandemic, and not have to worry about eviction or having a disconnection of the utilities. And it's also good for the providers in that the rent that's owed to them is paid, or the utility bills that are owed are paid to them. The purpose of this hearing is, I will say, threefold. First, to check on the status of the program. Second, to see what challenges remain. And I'm particularly interested to hear from the organizations that are working with tenants. This hearing is also a way of contributing to increasing public awareness of this program. I probably said a little bit more than I usually do during an opening statement. I'm going to turn to colleagues in a second. Witnesses, I'm going to call witnesses up in 3 groups, the first 10, the next, I think it's 6, and then the government witnesses at the end. The witnesses will have 4 minutes to testify, although we usually don't put the government on a clock. And the record for this roundtable will close in 2 weeks. No, that's not correct. In a week at 5 p.m. on September 7th. I do want to note that ordinarily when the council is not in recess, this is an issue that would be under the jurisdiction of the Committee on Human Services, chaired by Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, and the Committee on Housing, and chaired by Councilmember Anita Bonds. Councilmember Bonds, I just forgot the full name of your committee, but you'll let us know in a moment. And so I will turn to them first, and then the other council members who are here. Councilmember Nadeau, did you have an opening statement?
Thank you. Yes, Chairman, for convening this important roundtable. Earlier this year, the district received $200 million in emergency rental assistance from the federal government. Pursuant to the relevant federal legislation, the U.S. Treasury Department will take back any unobligated rental assistance funding on September 30th. The Treasury plans to redistribute the recaptured money to jurisdictions that have obligated at least 65% of their funds. This deadline is rapidly approaching, and it's important that we hear from the executive about their plans to apply for and spend any additional rounds of federal relief. According to the August 20th COVID-19 State DC report that the Committee on Human Services received from the Department of Human Services, this district has dispersed $84.6 million in rental assistance and nearly $3 million in utilities assistance. The total of $87.6 million dispersed through State DC. On Friday, it was reported that the district had provided nearly $143 million in rent and utility assistance to residents through State DC and other initiatives utilizing federal emergency rental assistance funds. This means the district will be eligible to receive future rental assistance funds. Even so, I'm hopeful that the district will be able to spend down as much of the $200 million as possible to help the many who are struggling to pay their rent and make ends meet. I know that the executive and the Office of the Attorney General have been working hard to ensure that district residents know that State DC as a resource is available to them and have set up pop-up events to assist applicants through the process. Today, I look forward to hearing from our community-based organizations about what the district can do to continue improving its disbursement of federal emergency rental assistance funds. And I look forward to hearing from our government witnesses with updated numbers. The district's plan is to spend down as much of the funding as possible and how the federal emergency rental assistance funds have been allocated into different local programs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman, especially for hosting this roundtable on the progress of the Stay DC program. The federal program, as everyone knows, provides emergency rental assistance for all jurisdictions in the nation to address the financial burdens that landlords and tenants face during the pandemic. And the district's $350 million total has to distribute $130 million by September 30th, 2021. And according to the dashboard that is published on the subject, it's showing that we're likely to spend in excess of $140 million by the September 30th, 2021 date. Of course, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity that the federal government has given us to help for rental and utility relief, and everyone who needs the help should take advantage of this program. In other words, there's still money there and money that we can spend for this purpose. And so I'm hoping that everyone who is listening or hears about today's hearing will in turn take advantage of it. The deadline is less than a month away, so we want to make sure that if we can spend all 200 million of the initial tranche of resources, let's do it. Let's take advantage of this money is my message to everyone today. I understand that the dashboard will continue to be a very helpful resource in tracking the progress, and it's available to the public, and I hope they will take advantage of checking on it regularly. The 97 million that was reported as of yesterday was a distribution for rent, and of course the additional 3 million for utilities. And this we hope to improve on, as I said, in the coming days. One of the things that I wanted to point out today, and I want people to pay a lot of attention to, is the recent Treasury guidelines that have been relaxed so that assessment by individual renters is now the law of the land. And I hope that they will use that. So no one should be really turned away unless, of course, their income exceeds the 80% of AMI. Now there on the dashboard, I guess it will show eventually the additional 40 million that has been allocated to cover rental accommodations for homeless families. And so I want to learn today how the housing stability application has been made, because according to the guidelines, it says 10% can be used for housing stability. I'm interested to hear from our witnesses today. I know they have a lot to say on this matter because it's very much tied to our eviction moratorium. So thank you again, Chairman, for your work, and especially in light of the end of the eviction moratorium and an overall very challenging 18 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate you holding this hearing. I think I just want to make sure we're focused on the right thing. Our goal here is to make sure that we don't see residents facing homelessness or eviction, and Stay DC is a tool to get to that goal. And so the questions I have and the things I'm seeking to learn in this hearing are really focused on what the need is and how well we are doing meeting that need. I want to congratulate the administration on getting 70% of the funding out the door, but really look forward to hearing from our witnesses about where we can improve, because the need is still there. It's still great. And we all, I think collectively, the council and the administration, want to make sure we meet as much of the need as humanly possible. So thank you again, Chairman, for holding this hearing, and thank you to all the witnesses who are testifying.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and my colleagues, and to everyone. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing. First, I want to say congratulations to Deputy Mayor Falchecchio and directors Laura Zeilinger and Polly Donaldson and others involved with Stay DC. Specifically, Deputy Mayor Falchecchio, we asked you many times on executive council calls whether we would spend this money, whether we would have to give it back, who would be accountable. And you expressed confidence that the district would meet the financial benchmarks. And it appears we have so far. So my colleagues have said it, but according to the Stay DC dashboard, it looks like we've provided about 98 million in emergency rent and utility help. And then it looks like, especially in the last month, if I'm reading the numbers correctly, we've put more than 40 million toward other rental assistance programs. We did have to make adjustments. We boosted marketing and outreach and application assistance. And I think especially we resisted the claim that has been made that tenants need the stick of an eviction hearing to actually take action in getting rent paid. But here's my real concern, and I want to make sure this is said to colleagues as well as to the public. In less than a week, some of our residents who have been hardest hit by this pandemic are going to get another gut punch. And that is because financial assistance from the federal government is going to end for those contractors who previously weren't eligible for unemployment, but became eligible through pandemic unemployment assistance. So the last week, people who've collected money for that program are going to be able to claim dollars. It's going to end September 4th. So that means all the folks in our city who have gotten that financial lifeline from PUA will no longer have any income. It also is going to mean a reduced amount of money for those who are still on unemployment. And so my first question is, these are the people most impacted, and I would think would most likely need rental assistance help. So moving forward, what are we doing to target these residents who are going to be even more impacted? My second question is about rental assistance money. It looks like the average payment has been $6,074, which I have to say, for a pandemic that has lasted 17 months, and that landlord said was a financial calamity for them, seems a little low. So I want to ask a little bit more about that. I'll just say, Mr. Chairman, wrapping up, I haven't seen the prioritization plan that we're required to send the federal government. I don't know if that was given to the committee of the whole or the relevant council committees in housing and human services, that says, what the plan is. Perhaps some of my questions will be answered in there, but again, as it was in the budget, my focus is on how are we helping those hardest hit. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll leave it there. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson, for holding today's roundtable, and nice to see some of our colleagues in August. I echo Councilmember Silverman's questions, especially around the average rent payment. And so I'm curious to learn more about that this afternoon. And really want to take a moment to thank all of our advocates and community partners who have worked extremely hard over the last few months to help our tenants and landlords complete Stay DC applications and to push the district continuously as we seek to improve the application process and make it more intuitive for people. It is a huge feat to have passed the threshold of distributing 65% of the Stay DC funds before the September deadline, and it is due in large part to the hard work of our community partners and the teams at DEMPED and Deputy Mayor Falchicchio, DHCD, and the Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs. I must admit, I was among the voices who are extremely concerned that we would not meet this threshold by the end of September. And so I'm particularly pleased to be proven wrong. While it is very commendable that the district is leading the country in distributing ERA funds, it also demonstrates the significant need for rental and utility assistance that still exists among our residents. Applications are still pouring in, and we know that there are still tens of thousands of residents who need immediate rent relief before the eviction moratorium lifts. And I continue to believe that the best way to keep people in their homes is to empower them to pay their rent and utilities with this funding. So today I'm looking forward to hearing more about the plan to distribute the remaining funds and next steps as we look to support more of our residents. We have a long path ahead of us in our pandemic recovery efforts, and I look forward to continue working with our partners to provide all district residents with the tools and support they need to stay in their homes and support their families. So thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. With that, let me call the first 10 witnesses. Gwendolyn Washington, who is Tenant Advocacy and Support Manager with AARP Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Beth Mellon, who's Supervising Attorney in the Housing Law Unit of the Legal Aid Society of DC. Marion Siegel, who's Executive Director of Housing Counseling Services. George Lambert, who's President and CEO of the Greater Washington Urban League. Victoria Goncalves, who is Senior Organizer and Campaign Lead for Housing Programs with the Latino Economic Development Center. Cliff Beckford, who is Executive Director of Lydia's House. Annie Tyson, who is manager of the Housing Counseling Program at University Legal Services. Cynthia Foreman, who is housing counselor at the United Planning Organization. Pam Johnson, who's housing counseling program manager at Marshall Heights Community Development Organization, and Umba Muika, who is housing counselor with the Marshall Heights Community Development Organization. If you are in, it's been so long since I've been doing Zoom, in gallery view, it's only been like 2 weeks. If you're in gallery view, you should be able to see the clock. It's a 4-minute timer. If you'd be mindful of the time. And with that, Ms. Washington, you're first.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and esteemed members of the DC Council. My name is Gwendolyn Washington, and I'm the manager for Legal Counsel for the Elderly's Tenant Advocacy and Support Practice. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify here today. We at LCE are grateful for the Stay DC program, as it offers hope to our clients while they struggle to preserve their housing during this public health crisis. LCE clients have received over $125,000 in Stay DC funds, and there are still more Stay DC applications pending. Further, with DHCD funding, LCE has distributed 3,800 postcards to senior tenants offering assistance with completing Stay DC applications. However, the process of obtaining Stay DC rental and utilities assistance is fraught with a myriad of difficulties and obstacles for many of our clients. Stay DC is not accessible for many elderly and disabled tenants who lack access to technology and mobility. During the public health crisis, many seniors found themselves more isolated than ever because of the lack of technology, including smartphones, laptops, broadband, internet, to be connected to the virtual world, all of which are needed for the completion of Stay DC applications. Further, we as legal services providers had a great deal of difficulty in assisting our clients with these applications because we could not use our own contact information nor email addresses for the Stay DC application, which made it extremely difficult to check on the status of an application or to obtain help from Stay DC customer service as we assisted multiple clients with their own respective applications. When a tenant does apply, they face difficulties in completing the applications with income verification documents, rent ledgers, copies of leases, their own identification, in addition to the self-attestation form. The Stay DC process, in my opinion, is similar to a housing subsidy recertification process, which is a very involved process with the submission of similar documents for housing assistance, but with another person, usually a property manager or DCHA housing specialist, to assist the tenant. Some of these forms are difficult for a tenant to obtain, and some tenants don't even have rent ledgers and leases from their landlords. And even when a tenant does have all the documentation, it takes upwards of an hour to complete it if they are tech savvy. And once completed, it takes on average for this application 2 months to be approved. However, the landlord applications seem to have taken much less time. All in all, a process that was originally supposed to take no more than 2 weeks on average has taken at least 2 months on average for a tenant to receive the necessary funds, or a landlord. And over the past few weeks, since the gradual lifting of the eviction moratorium, LCE has experienced a significant increase in senior tenants with eviction orders. 2 of them slated for as early as September 13th with writs of restitution. And of those clients that we have with writs of restitution pending, at least half of them have applied to Stay DC and ERAP. However, their pending Stay DC and ERAP applications don't shield them from writs of restitution. We strongly urge DC Council to consider legislation to protect tenants from pre-pandemic matters where they have eviction from pre-pandemic matters, where they have Stay DC and or emergency relief assistance programs applications pending. In addition, we urge the DC Council to streamline and simplify the application process, especially for persons with limited means who lack the technology and ability to locate the forms that are necessary to complete the application. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available to answer your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Washington. Beth Mellon?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members Bonds, Nadeau, Pinto, Silverman, and White. My name is Beth Mellon. I'm a supervising attorney and director of the Eviction Defense Project at Legal Aid. And I want to focus on three things today: where we are in terms of evictions, continuing problems with stay DC, and potential solutions. I want to note we've made a lot of progress. I give credit to the mayor's stay DC team in my written testimony, but for my oral, I'm going to focus on some remaining issues. In terms of evictions, in DC, the local moratorium, as you all know, ended on July 25th at 12:01 a.m. The CDC had imposed a nationwide moratorium that covered DC, but that was ended by the Supreme Court last Thursday. And so as a result, we know hundreds of families are facing eviction as soon as September 13th. As of August 6th, there were more than 500 families on the eviction list. As of August 23rd, over 150 evictions have been scheduled. Those numbers are likely higher now. And we also know of those 500 families, nearly 200 had applied for stay DC, and the vast majority had been approved, but they're still on the eviction list. So those facts lead to one of the continuing problems with stay DC. It is not individualized, it is not tied closely enough to the legal and court process for eviction. To avoid eviction, a landlord has to receive payment for every last penny that a tenant owes before the marshals show up at the tenant's door. This requires precision, it is nuanced, it requires attention to detail in each and every individual case. The issues we are seeing with stay DC not matching that legal process include the following. Applicants are still not getting answers within 30 days. So tenants who do not apply are not eligible for future rent or falling short. If a tenant owes a pre-pandemic balance and this is not identified with a referral to ERAP, the tenant comes up short. Some landlords are reducing the amount that the tenant has requested. When the landlord completes the application, a lower amount is paid. Tenants aren't sure why, and they have no appeal process to challenge that. Ultimately, all of this is a problem with the lack of individualized assessment and follow-up. I'm glad that Marion Siegel and others are here to talk about the way ERAP providers provide this one-on-one work. It requires resources, but it can be done. I also just want to mention certifications that are being filled out by landlords applying for stay DC will not solve this problem. I mention this because I know the administration is pointing to them. Those promises are very limited. Landlords say they won't evict for the money that's been paid. They won't file a new eviction case for 60 days, but that doesn't help tenants with a current pending case where they still owe part of a balance. Many landlords also aren't even signing these certifications where tenants receive the direct payments, and it's not even clear the court would enforce those promises, even though, of course, Legal Aid believes that they should. Compounding this problem, call center staff have been giving some incorrect legal information to tenants in some cases. They've told tenants they can't be evicted if they have a pending stay DC application. This is not true for all tenants. They've told tenants they have to apply for by September 30th. This also is not true. I just want to note, we really need to stop hearing from the mayor's folks this false narrative that the problem is tenants needed the stick to apply. As Councilmember Silverman noted, the data proves this just is not the case. We need to stop saying it. So in terms of solutions, the council should consider reinstating the local eviction moratorium to some point in October. I'll just note there that in July, when the council voted, COVID-19 cases were at a point 10 times lower than they are now because of the Delta variant. We also want to see closer collaboration between stay DC, legal services providers, community-based organizations, and the court. Providers should be able to get real-time information about pending applications when tenants are in court. Stay DC needs to request more detailed information from tenants so we can identify tenants who are in court, expedite their applications, provide them individualized follow-up, refer them to legal services. Stay DC also should set up regular data sharing with the court to identify tenants with judgments and writs who have applied or been approved so we can follow up on those cases. We suggest a number of improvements to the Stay DC portal in our written testimony. And finally, we ask the council to monitor ERAP spending in the coming fiscal year to ensure it remains fully funded and open to the public. ERAP is going to be needed because of the 18-month cap on federal assistance and pre-pandemic balances. And last year it ran out midway through the year and most providers had to publicly close their application process. We really appreciate this roundtable being held, Mr. Chairman, and I hope, as you mentioned, that the relevant committees can continue to hold roundtables to check in on these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mellon. Marion Siegel. You're muted.
Hello, everybody. Sorry. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. Oops, let me get my camera up there. I am also happy that we might be able to pass some public information because there is misinformation out there. I'm glad Beth was able to start on that. We all recognize that long before the pandemic, thousands of tenants in DC faced an affordability crisis and an eviction crisis beyond those of the emergency. And Stay DC has brought us this tremendous opportunity to use these tremendous federal resources that, if well spent, will allow us to rethink how we evaluate and act upon housing affordability, housing stability, and eviction prevention going forward. And for that, we have a short window of time. There's a group of us working pretty much tirelessly to look at 5 different groups of tenants who face different imminent risks. We have the eviction, those tenants with evictions already scheduled. Someone already mentioned those. There's this feeling out there that that doesn't exist. There are evictions scheduled in the district. We have those with active writs with no evictions yet scheduled. We have tenants with active judgments that will soon go to writs. And then we have those already in the court process. After we get through those hundreds of tenants that face immediate risk, we have those that are still delinquent that are likely to have a court process beginning in October and thereafter. And each of those groups of tenants need a different level of support. And Stay DC potentially offers that level of financial support, but it does not offer the human interaction that most of these tenants really need to solve their problem. It's through various meetings that we've been having with various working groups looking at diversionary tactics that we look at Stay DC as one tool to work towards diversion. But we have to look even broader than that. Stay DC gives us the opportunity to get people to a zero balance at some point in time, but the way it's set up right now, it's not necessarily that zero balance at the point of time of preventing eviction. I think Beth kind of got to that point quite well. Before that, it's making sure, and she asked me to reference how we did it during the ERAP times, which literally during ERAP, where ERAP had to pay the full balance to prevent an eviction, we immediately before payment verified with the court system, with landlord and with a tenant exactly what the total amount owed was. And if it was necessary, we literally met the marshal on site if there was not enough time to get money in hand. Again, as Beth mentioned, to stop an eviction, you need every penny paid, you need every penny paid on time, and potentially you need a cash payment to stop an eviction. So reminding people that the marshals aren't there to adjudicate on any level an eviction. They're there to carry out the eviction. We can't wait to the last minute to try and prevent evictions. To be successful, we have, I think that the city has worked very well at some of the things that have resulted in spending the money. Attorneys, nonprofits, CBOs, philanthropies, government, and courts, we've been working jointly and in partnership to try and unravel where the gaps are and to try and fill them wherever possible. Many of those gaps have been solved, but there are many that still exist. To be successful, this requires good outreach. That has improved. Good access to resources, no matter what. There are many tenants. The most needy tenants in DC do not have access to the resources to complete an application. And for that reason, CBOs all over the city have taken to the streets. I mean, my staff are on the street every day in a different location doing direct intake with tenants. And that's what has been vital. That has been, going to Greenleaf Senior Center, going to the various rental properties, going to farmers markets. We're on the street every day, as are many other groups. It's not just those big events. It's the small events where intake happens and outreach is successful. We have to have a responsive system, and we have to have a quicker response system. As many have said already, it has been taking it this, while the timeframe has definitely speeded up, it could speed up some more. But the biggest barrier that we're still seeing, and I met with DHS and DHCD about this yesterday, is the human connection. This is not an electronic problem, and it can't be solved electronically. And so it's my recommendation that every tenant who applies through Stay DC also get matched to a case manager who can look more fully at their full circumstance to look at a short-term stability plan and a long-term stability plan. And in the same breath, every tenant in the court process should be matched with attorneys and housing counselors who are in the courts to do an immediate response to make sure that payments fully resolve the delinquency. Again, DHS and DHCD have been working tirelessly to try and make improvements, and we've seen some great improvements, so I don't want to deny that in any sense. There are still a few more gaps that I'd like to see filled, and that would include the putting the human touch on things. Right now, a tenant who has applied for Stay DC has no way to quickly access direct information about their actual application and has to wait for electronic communication to try and decipher what is actually needed if there's missing a document. There needs to be better human communication on these things. Ultimately, I'd like to see Stay DC to be the starting point for a long-term process to ensure that tenants can access equitable solutions, that we never see non-payment as a reason for an eviction, as resources should be available for that. Ultimately, in the longest term, I hope the council will consider the fact that it's the affordability that gets us here. So many tenants pre-pandemic, post-pandemic simply can't afford housing in DC and looking for longer solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. George Lambert.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
My name is George Lambert, President and CEO of the Greater Washington Urban League. Let me begin by saying that I'm very delighted to add my voice to this hearing. I also want to salute the members of council and the mayor for casting a wide safety net, putting guardrails in place, protecting DC residents from collateral damage, and positioning our city for post-COVID-19 and economic recovery. The devastating and disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on the African-American community in particular has been a tipping point. But the good news is Stay DC. Prior to the formal launch of Stay DC, the Greater Washington Urban League worked with 827 COVID housing assistance or CHAP clients via phone calls, emails, webinars, and text messages. We assisted 255 applicants with financial support totaling $1.8 million in funding assistance. The launch of Stay DC was a streamlined process to increase flexibility for clients to apply. Initially, our role was to support outreach and awareness. This included marketing, moreover, directing DC residents to the Stay DC portal. In mid-July, the Greater Washington Urban League requested and was granted permission to assume the role of assisting clients with navigating the application process. This work, quite frankly, has been very labor intensive. For example, many of our clients have had limited access to computers or are uncomfortable with navigating technology. Additionally, and frankly, some of our clients have shared their distrust of uploading personal information into a portal. As a trusted voice, the Greater Washington Urban League staff explains why this information is needed and therefore has been able to secure a buy-in. Over the past 17 months, we have remained at our posts during the pandemic. Our services to Stay DC clients include conducting in-person interviews for those needing help completing the application, installing a drop box at our office to receive applications, providing on-site assistance in apartment complexes, staffing pop-up and scheduled events to provide immediate on-site assistance to residents, conducting outreach at GWL events such as COVID-19 pop-up vaccinations, and as recently as Saturday on our Back to School Festival to have a table there as well for registration. Devoting an entire segment to Stay DC on our on-track radio broadcast, and of course, providing wraparound services. Few could have weathered this storm without the resources provided through State DC. The Greater Washington Urban League remains committed to working in partnership with the DC Department of Human Services in collaboration with the Office of the Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, the Office for the Deputy Mayor of Health and Human Services, and of course, the DC Department of Housing and Community Service in providing essential services. In closing, envisioning a world with no equity gaps. That is the overall arching mission for the Greater Washington Urban League. Moreover, our work is directed at closing and eliminating equity gaps. The Greater Washington Urban League is intentional about meeting the moment. Our goal is to move those who come to us for services from situational improvement to life transformation. The stakes are high, as you very well know. Thus, we urge continued funding and investment for State DC to position the city for economic recovery. Thus, we support your efforts to seek continued federal funding for this initiative. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. Victoria Goncalves.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman and council members. My name is Victoria Goncalves. I'm a tenant organizer at the Latino Economic Development Center, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We have been talking about cancel rent since the beginning of the pandemic. We have had
You just muted yourself. So back up a couple sentences.
Okay. We've had a housing crisis in our city for decades. Black and brown tenants are being pushed out every single day. To restate what we mean by cancel rent is essentially stay DC, but with the responsibility of applications on landlords and the guarantee of no evictions. Cancel rent means no evictions and landlords would still get their money. Other key aspects of our cancel rent campaign assure that landlords who receive this funding are abiding by the housing code. Many tenants who have received Stay DC funding are upset that their landlords get the full amount of the rent owed, but are still functioning as slumlords. For example, I'm working with one tenant on Park Road in Columbia Heights who has been without a stove for 3 months. So even though she's got Stay DC money, she is still in a housing crisis. As others have testified, despite all the emergency protections, the federal funding available, there are still hundreds of tenants facing eviction. I hope that this is a lesson to the government that you need to listen to the folks most affected by an issue to find solutions to complex problems. Along with our colleagues on this call, we've been sounding the alarm since April 2020 that evictions would be coming. And we know that while we have made expansive and extensive efforts to prevent evictions, including Stay DC, there are some people who will still be evicted as a result of the pandemic. While I will give credit to the Stay DC consultants for adapting the program after receiving input from the community, it is obvious that the people who created this program have indeed never worked with people who are facing housing instability, people who are poor, people who do not have access to technology, or people who do not have the reading comprehension level required to fill this out. Stay DC is still inaccessible, given all of the examples that people have already mentioned about technology access. Additionally, I wanted to bring up the point of reading comprehension. So while not only is it a barrier for folks to have access to the technology required, but once they do access the application, it is not written in a way that is easy for people to understand. This is why we have to have community organizations that are assisting folks fill out this application, and even attorneys helping folks fill out this application, because it is not easy to read or understand for everyday people. Again, restating some of the issues with technology, people who don't have an email address have been, feeling extremely out of the loop. You only receive notifications via email. That means, for example, that if state DC needs additional documentation, they email the tenant that they need that additional documentation. If folks are not used to using email, have never used email, and only created an email account for this application, they probably will not see that message. We are, one of the ways that I see that issue being fixed, as other folks have mentioned, would be to assure that every applicant is linked with a social worker or a case manager who is able to talk to them about all of their social needs, and who is able to go through this process with them. One of the ways would be, if we were able to use our own email addresses while applying for clients. Additional funding allocated to community organizations for assistance with applying has been absolutely critical in the past couple of months, and is absolutely the reason the city was able to reach this critical deadline. At LEDC, for example, we've submitted over 50 applications in the last 3 weeks and have lots more in the pipeline. We know that when these types of government programs are created, there's an inaccessible way for tenants or people in the community to participate. The additional funding for community organizations to walk people through that process is absolutely critical. And I appreciate the fact that the council allocated those additional funds. And I hope that this is a learning moment for future programs as to how critical it is that there is wraparound support for tenants applying. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I would love to continue talking to you about cancel rent and about how that cancel rent answers some of the questions that are still left given this program. And I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Cliff Beckford.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the Mayor, City Council, and our partner, Department of Housing and Community Development, for this opportunity to speak on the Stay DC program and everyone's effort for the successful announcement last Friday. As everyone is aware, the city has successfully expended in excess of 70% of the federally allocated funds. I want to say kudos to the staff of Lydia's House and other community-based organizations for their effort in helping the citizens of the District of Columbia to navigate what can sometimes be a cumbersome process, as has been expressed by others. Speaking frankly, I strongly believe that more should be done, as the next crisis wave will be homeowners who have not had a chance to bring their mortgages current due to business shutdown and general unemployment. Our staff at Lydia's House is constantly on the phones and in the streets gathering information and assisting residents to complete what for some may appear to be a simple application for the available rental assistance. This simple application, in quotes, requires information that most often is not readily available and can take days, if not weeks, to gather or follow up. Coupled with the digital divide, our seniors and many residents east of the river do not have the technical skills to complete the application and must rely on the help of the community-based organizations, friends, and neighbors. If for any reason the application is not completed accurately the first time, there is a tendency of many to wanting to give up due to the lack of understanding of the required knowledge and systems and processes. As we reach out to solve world problems and in a nation of immense resources, we should have no person or family in the midst of a health crisis have to deal with the possibility of being without a roof over their heads. This in itself creates a health crisis. The mental health aspect of eviction will linger for generations and will parallel COVID-19. The ripple effect of any change in policy toward helping the residents of the city remain in their homes will be far-reaching and potentially catastrophic. A generational pandemic is something that no one person has control over. What we can control is how we react to the effects of this pandemic. I wholeheartedly support continuing to provide the much needed assistance in the area of rent relief and mortgage assistance, in addition to creating greater opportunities to educate those most in need of skills enhancement. I, along with the staff, stand ready to assist this committee to solve these and other ongoing issues. I want to take a moment and ad lib by saying that the statements that have been made by others relative to the cumbersomeness of the application process, I and we all echo that very much. I strongly believe that we should continue making the process as simple as possible as we move towards solving these issues. Again, I am Cliff Beckford, the Executive Director for Lydia's House, and we stand ready to lock arms to solve these problems.
Thank you, Mr. Beckford. Annie Tyson. I'm not hearing or seeing Annie Tyson.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, I'm Annie Tyson with University Legal Services, a housing manager. And as I was going out, passing out the state applications to apartment buildings, grocery stores, everywhere where I know a person will be, I would take the information. And I talked to some people, some landlords said that they turned in the application, but they have not gotten any money yet, where the people are still behind in their rent. So some are saying it's taking a long time for them to get their payments for the people. And I was telling them that I was trying to find out, call around to see why it's taking so long. Because even though they said they received they got the applications in, they still might have to evict people, which I think would be really, really terrible if they have to evict anyone. I think the state program is a good program. It's going to be a good program, but they need to release the money a little bit faster so someone won't be evicted. So I think this program is going to be good for the city. I hope it will continue. And I just believe that this is something that we need to continue on until this pandemic is over. And even with, I'm giving phone calls to people with mortgages, and this program does not help with mortgages. I hope it would be something that would help with mortgages, because a lot of people lost their jobs. And because they lost their jobs, they're behind in their mortgages. So what I'm doing right now is trying to do loan modification. I mean, not loan modification, doing forbearance and different things with them so they could stay in their house. So we need to try to find out something with these people that lost their mortgages also. I know rentals, they always have help for rentals, but they need to have help also for mortgage people homeowners that lost their jobs and joined unemployment right now, because unemployment is not enough to take care of their mortgage. So I hope you all will look into something to assist these people as well.
Thank you, Ms. Tyson. Santaya Foman, Foman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to the council members who are on. Hi, my name is Santia Foman, and I work at United Planet Organization, also affectionately known as UPO, as a housing counselor. UPO is the community action and advocate organization for low-income individuals and families residing in the District of Columbia. I am a staff member of UPO's Community Reinvestment Division, where our mission is to help customers maintain stable housing by providing different forms of housing counseling, resources, and emergency assistance. The staff also assists with the State DC program. To date, UPO has assisted 59 customers with State DC applications. 85% were walk-in customers and 15% were virtual customers. 82% of those customers are single, 9% are married, and 9% are divorced, which would total 100%. 54% are households with children. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, many of our state DC customers face several challenges. The biggest was probably the loss of loved ones or many impacts of unemployment and economic instability, particularly resulting in loss of employment and being able to seek stable employment. Many of our customers were frustrated. They faced evictions from their homes and many felt hopeless. Some of the customers were also computer illiterate or lacked access to a computer. However, our staff were able to assist them individually and provided them access to our computer lab. Staff also worked with customers to provide the required proof of hardship related to COVID-19 restrictions. Many customers face challenges in providing this documentation or providing it in a timely manner with their applications. One of those customers were a gentleman named Ralph Carey, a single parent and a disabled veteran. Mr. Curry had been a victim of fraud and additionally was low on funds due to his disability and increase of monthly expenses. He came to UPO requesting assistance with his state DC rental assistance application. UPO staff assisted Mr. Carey expeditiously to help his application get accepted in a timely manner. The staff followed up with him throughout the whole process until he was approved for his assistance. Mr. Curry had this to say: "This year has been so tough medically. My family has been faced with many challenges. Your assistance really helped my family. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude. You kept us going and helped us avoid eviction. Thank you." UPO has been working with low-income individuals and families for more than 60 years, uniting them with opportunities. We will continue working with state DC customers, providing opportunities to create Washington, DC as a city of thriving communities and self-sufficient residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foman. Pam Johnson.
Good afternoon. My name is Babatunde Aloyede. I'm the president and CEO of Marshall Heights Community Development Organization. And as you can see, I am not Pamela Johnson. Ms. Johnson had a family emergency, and so I am testifying in her stead, and hopefully I can do as good a job as I know she would have done. Marshall Heights Community Development Organization has been for 42 years a vanguard in Ward 7 in terms of bringing economic development activities to the residents of Ward 7 and to the greater population of the District of Columbia. And one of the services that we provide as an organization is housing counseling services, and that is why we're having this testimony today around the Stay DC plan. I would like to talk about the fact that the Stay DC plan has been very instrumental both for Marshall Heights Community Development Organization. We manage and operate a supportive housing facility that has 60 tenants. And at one point, 27 of those 60 tenants were behind on their rent. We were able to assist those tenants with filling out their Stay DC applications. And I can proudly say that most of those tenants have received their back funding. So we appreciate and we acknowledge the support that the Stay DC plan can provide DC residents, DC renters. Actually, I skipped over a part. I would like to start by thanking the mayor, Chair Mendelson, and DC Council for the opportunity to testify. I would also like to say that I heard some of the comments from Council Member Silverman, and I know she wanted to hear some ideas on how we can improve the program. The first one is using the inclusionary zoning program that most of the CBOs administer as a platform to share the knowledge about the Stay DC program. The inclusionary zoning program, the majority of those participants are at 50% or below AMI. So they're prime renters, they're prime targets to receive that information on how the Stay DC program can assist with their rent. One, for an anecdotal example, we had an IZ class yesterday that had 800 participants via Zoom. And of those 800 participants, 60% were interested in the Stay DC program. What Marshall Heights Community Development Organization has started to do is to leverage all of its outreach in terms of inclusionary zoning, whether it's canvassing to encourage DC residents to get vaccinated. We are letting all the residents that we come into contact with that the Stay DC program is out there, it's available, and we're here to assist. I think leveraging the inclusionary zoning program through DHCD is an excellent start to get the word out so that residents know that this service is here. I think by leveraging our existing programs to get the information out, it will encourage people to apply for the program. In addition, Marshall Heights hosted an event on Saturday in partnership with the Office of the Attorney General to help residents apply for the Stay DC program. I don't want to harp too much on the technology deficiencies that we are experiencing, but I think it's something that we need to address. There is definitely a technological divide, and we need to figure out a good strategy on how to overcome that divide, especially in wards 7 and 8. I think that once we get that under control, we can help encourage the residents to come to, whether it's a community-based organization, to work with with an individual who can help them apply for the Stay DC program. But I think we're in a good position if we leverage our existing programming, such as inclusionary zoning, to get the word out and to encourage DC residents to apply. Oh, and also there's one other thing, sorry about that, Chairman Mendelson. One other thing, looking forward, we need to start anticipating the fact that homeowners will experience a similar predicament, and we need to get ahead of this now. We at Marshall Heights have already seen an uptick in homeowners calling in regards to foreclosure prevention and foreclosure mitigation. I think we need to take the lessons learned from this experience and apply them to homeowners as well. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you. And your name again is?
It's Babatunde Aloyede. I'm the president and CEO of Marshall Heights Community Development Organization.
How do you spell your last name?
It's O as in Oscar, L as in Larry, O as in Oscar, Y as in Yankee, E as in Echo, D as in David, E as in Echo.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we also have from Marshall Heights, Umba Mwika.
So Uma is not going to participate in testifying today. It's just going to be me.
Okay. So then we will turn to questions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Several of you did not provide a statement, and if you would do so, that would be helpful. And most of you did provide statements. I just have a few questions. There 10-minute round for questions. And there'll just be one round. Maybe I'll start with you, and I'm not going to pronounce your last name correctly, from Marshall Heights.
Mm-hmm.
Apologize for that.
Oh, no, it's no problem. It's real easy. It's Aloyede. You just say O-Lo-Ye-De. Aloyede. It's a whole bunch of vowels. You can't mess it up.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Mr. Aloyede.
There you go.
So your testimony, which I think was interesting and helpful, all the testimony was helpful, begs a question, and that is, shouldn't the CBOs be doing outreach such as what you're talking about? Or is it that the city should be contracting with you to do the outreach? Or I think what I'm getting at, I'll just phrase the question this way. Why isn't it a given that there's outreach such as you were describing?
So I think the answer to your question is that I think both approaches done in parallel will work best. One of the things that I suggest, and actually I forgot to mention it, is that the initial rollout of the marketing for the Stay DC program was at a very high level, dealing with district government. And I think that was somewhat off-putting to the residents. I think if the CBOs, the community-based organizations, were listed as partners in terms of the outreach, we as the community-based organizations, we're long-standing, we're the trusted institutions in the community. And so I think that when you include us on the marketing, it makes the residents more relaxed and more willing to participate and to seek that assistance. A lot of times when you involve district government or just government in general, individuals become leery of what could potentially happen, that they may find some other issues with them as they're filling out the application or what have you. We see this across various of our programs, whether it's the helping small businesses, whether it's helping homeowners. The minute when you say it's a government program, there is an increased hesitancy to divulge the information that is necessary to get the assistance. So what I would say is, to answer your question, is that in terms of the outreach, it needs to occur both by DC government, but working in tandem with the community-based organizations, so that when we interact with the residents, there is a clear message and that it's coming from a trusted institution, so that the residents feel comfortable sharing that information.
Well, I still am a little confused. I mean, I'm following what you're saying, even though I'm a little confused. So you had a IZ seminar yesterday, 800 people, 60% were interested in Stay DC. That's roughly 480 people. So why didn't you just start signing them up?
We have, and we're setting up one-on-one counseling sessions with those individuals who want to apply for the Stay DC program.
Now, do you need, in order for you to really do that, do you need Stay DC to reach out and contract with you to do that? Or that's just part of your mission, you'll do it anyway?
It's part of our mission, and we're working with DHCD already to provide that technical assistance for the renters to fill out the application.
So let me turn to the representative from the United Planning Organization, Ms. Foman. In your testimony, now UPO is a well-known organization, been around, number of offices in the city, but in your testimony, you've only had 59 customers. What are we not doing that you should have more? Ms. Foman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I had to sign a few documents.
And I didn't mean that as a criticism. Did you hear the question, or do I need to?
No, if you can repeat it, please.
Okay. Well, it sounds like a criticism. I don't mean it that way.
Okay.
But Mr. Aloyade from Marshall Heights said that yesterday there was a seminar or something like that with 800 people, and Stay DC came up and 60% were interested. That's 480 people, potentially. In your testimony, UPO has had only 59. So what are we not doing? And that we could be the government, or it could be you, or it could be just something in the program, that you don't have more than 59 people.
So it's totally up to the clients to come in once we set them an appointment. We're not open for walk-ins, but we do receive emails we have like an email that's set just for housing services. We're advertising through social media. I know I do a lot of advertising in addition to our marketing team who does a lot of advertising. And a lot of people just aren't responding for Stay DC assistance. We do get a lot of feedback from people who need help with their applications. Basically, they're saying that Stay DC program is just not a great program. They're not helping the residents. They're not responding back. So you'll have people who have applications that are pending. They need additional paperwork to add to their application, and then the application is denied. So the 59 that were given were the ones that we successfully submitted. It was not the total amount of people that we tried to help.
Do you know offhand the total?
I don't know offhand. I can get a list.
Okay. Well, this leads me to my next question, and I'm going to start with Mr. Beckford on this, but then anybody else who wants to chime in before my time runs out. And that is, what I took from your testimony, Mr. Beckford, was ways in which the Stay DC application process is inaccessible to the people who need it most. I'm not exactly sure how I want to phrase the question, but how do we make it more accessible? I mean, it makes sense that if you've got $350 million to hand out, that you're going to want to be computer-based. And yet at the same time, I get it that a lot of folks who need assistance, well, they're not sitting at home computer savvy and figuring out how to upload documents, which I still struggle to do. I think what I'm trying to ask you, and then others can join in, is how do we make this program work in which there's got to be some computerization and yet make it accessible, available, less confusing, easier with regard to documents. Do you want to take a stab at that, Mr. Beckford?
Yes, I would. And again, thanks for the question. I think the answer is compounded and accumulation of what has already been said. The partnership between the government and the community-based organizations will assist in that regard, because solving the major problem of the technology divide immediately is frankly not going to happen. So by having the community-based organizations as boots on the ground, we can go out, and we have been going out, like Lydia's house has, the staff here, going out, meeting with the community and assisting them with the application. So if the marketing strategy encourages contact with the community-based organizations and the process for simple follow-up is developed by the technology vendor, I think we will work for a short-term resolution. The long-term resolution is to increase the educational levels in our poorer communities with technology enhancements and general education as it relates to how to manage these types of efforts.
I have a few seconds left. Anybody else want to speak to how to make this more accessible?
Yes, I'd love to say just a few words. One is that the actual wording in documents is really just beyond the comprehension of my staff and me. I circle around the portal myself many times before I can figure out how to do things. And that, again, back to the concept of, I agree with you 100% that in the background, there has to be a technology that's doing the quick matching, the quick evaluations, but ultimately these are human beings with human problems, with human questions. There has to be in the background, this technology going on, but front facing, there has to be more humanity in the process.
I'm out of time, but thank you.
Chairman.
Nadeau for questions.
Okay.
Thanks, Chairman. I mean, you were getting into some of these questions already, but I mean, I think If there anything else that folks want to highlight in particular, very specific aspects of the application that still need to be changed, I'm hearing plain language would be important. Are there places where people get stuck commonly throughout the application that we should be looking at?
If I could jump in in part with Chairman Mendelson's questions and then of course you, Councilmember Nadeau. It's not a unilateral approach, and I think we would all agree on that. I think you heard in my testimony that there are going to be many disciplines that we'll all have to use in terms of the outreach to being able to engage and make sure that the information is passed on to our clients. So yes, some of it is technology, but as you heard in my official testimony, it has not all been technology for us. We've done boots on the ground outreach. We have opened our office for folks to come in. We have put a drop box in place for folks to drop off applications. I mean, all of those metrics, so to speak, will have to be used in terms of how we engage. Maybe to some extent, there was a little bit of an advantage that we had already been engaged when I mentioned earlier about the 827 clients through the CHAP program we have been working with. So many of them we're helping already to kind of enter the pipeline through CHAP into Stay DC. So it's, again, there are a number of disciplines. It's not just a single approach. The portal is just one. I also mentioned about the distrust of many of our clients in the portal, but that is part of the hand-holding and the trusted voice saying, this is why this information is so important and is needed so that we can help you to get the assistance that you're trying to get.
I would just like to speak on a few barriers that the clients are facing with Stay DC and the feedback that I commonly receive. One thing is the uploading of the documents. So each section you have to upload that one document, as opposed to if you have the all documents. I think that it will be a little easier if they can upload all the documents at one time, because I'm assuming the person who's viewing those documents is able to see, what this document is for, as opposed to once you get to one page, you have to upload your ID. And then once you scroll to another page, you have to upload the rent ledger. So those are issues, because you have to have at least 10 pages scanned individually in order to add it to your application. The other thing is the response time. I've been told that there are people that are still waiting that has applied when Stay DC first began, and their application is still pending, and they're continuing to be harassed by their landlords. And it's pretty much nothing that we can do. And, the only thing we can do is refer them back to Stay DC, and Stay DC continue to just inform them that it's pending without any real update as to the holdup. 4 months is definitely too long. When the counselors were able to do it, we've actually exhausted CHAPS funds. But when we had CHAPS funds, once we got an application, we were able to do at least 10 within a week. And we were able to provide updates as to, where they are in the process, and giving them documentation, letting them know that they were approved. They're not receiving anything, and then to receive, an email saying that they were not approved. And a lot of those denials are because they cannot prove that their hardship was COVID related. Where, as we see COVID related, there has been an influx in food. That's COVID related, because, the food prices have went up. How can they prove that? I'm sorry. Other things, medications, for someone who's elderly or have who are immune compromised, they had to up, vitamins. All of those is cost related, that is related to COVID, even masks. But they want to see that someone actually had COVID, or there has been a death related COVID event in order for them to get approved. And so I feel that there is going to be a lot of evictions if some changes are not made so that we can help the customers that need help.
Yeah, gotcha. Thank you so much. I want to make sure I hear from Ms. Washington, Mr. Beckford. I have a couple more questions too, so let's try to keep it tight here.
Certainly, just very briefly, I'll say this, and I said it in the testimony. Doing a state DC application is akin to a recertification process that you would do at DC Housing Authority. And some of the same documents are used, like Social Security disability verification forms, identification, a copy of the lease. However, those persons who are receiving those housing subsidies have a property manager or a housing specialist who's assisting them and telling them what they're missing. People with state DC don't have that. And it echoes what Ms. Siegel was saying about the human touch. And I think that possibly having more housing counselors assist with these applications and moving away from the sole technology piece of it, or just reviewing paper applications, is going to make this go much faster.
Mr. Beckford?
Thank you again. I want to make a comment that summarizes everything that has already been said. Last summer, with the John Wall Family Foundation, Marion Siegel, housing counselors and housing counseling services, and Lydia's House partnered, and we completed almost 500 applications in a matter of months. Marion, you can correct me if I go off numbers here. Truth is, the process started out somewhat cumbersome initially, and as we met, we came up with streamlined methods to deliver the funds out on the streets. And in a matter of a few months, we were able to complete 500 applications, approximately, no less than 475, somewhere in that ballpark, if my memory serves me. So I think that while we may have these discussions here, the partners, the community-based partners, can offer a great deal of suggestions on streamlining, but the technology partner must be positioned quickly enough to make the system adjustments that we will make recommendations on. Thank you.
Well, so that's kind of the point of my question. So I'm hearing that it's hard, and I'm hearing that it's hard in different ways. Do you have any other specific recommendations? I've heard, plain language, uploading documents all at once would be helpful. What else?
If I could add, a recommendation that I would have is to make the requirement of documentation more the responsibility of the landlord than the tenant. For example, if the landlord could upload a lease, if sometimes landlords already have copies of people's IDs, or make the a lot of the applications that have been denied so far are because people weren't able to prove a rental obligation. So making sure that there is some sort of enforcement mechanism so that landlords, the onus of documentation is also on the landlords.
Great. Very helpful. Thank you. I do want to, go ahead.
No, I don't want to take your time, but I was just going to say, it's not clear to us also that the full nature of self-attestation, which Chairwoman Bonds, I know, mentioned, is being used, and I hope the government witnesses will address that. I also just wanted to note, attached to my testimony on plain language is an example of an email asking for more documentation from a tenant. It is essentially incomprehensible. So I'd encourage all council members just to take a look at it. It's really challenging for somebody to get this email. It's not clear if they're being denied, if they have to appeal. It's just very confusing, the communications that are coming out. And I think many of us would be happy to work with the government to suggest different language, specifically redlining, and give it back to them on how they could improve that.
I'll take the red line. Also, so who do we think, this is all really amazing work that you're doing in community. So thank you, everybody. Who have we missed? Who's not even in the system applying yet that we need to go get, and how do we get them?
I would say, just off the cuff, a lot of undocumented people who are still just scared and who think that they cannot apply. Also, folks who have taken extraordinary measures to be able to pay their rent. For example, going really, really into debt, or selling off, their car or other things. And now they have paid rent, but they're in a really dire situation still. Those would be the two categories that I've seen firsthand.
Thank you all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Chairman, and thanks to all of our witnesses today. Your testimony is very, very helpful. Some of the points that you've made, I have tried to make on a Friday morning call with the administration, and of course, we have to follow the federal guidelines, and I'm so happy to know that the guidelines have been a little relaxed. But it still doesn't get us to some of the individuals that need help, such as those that Ms. Conclave has just mentioned. And I wondered, Victoria, if you could please talk a little bit about how you think, and maybe Ms. Mellon and Ms. Washington can help with this, how can we reach those persons that are a little afraid to make the application? And how can we reach them in such a way that we actually can take care of their rent, that where they're in the arrears? So any comments you have on that, I would greatly appreciate hearing now.
Yeah, well, specifically with undocumented folks, I think making sure that the assistance that is available is culturally competent, right? So as other folks have mentioned, I think CBOs like LEDC and everybody else who is here testifying have been absolutely critical in doing that. I think also just, I know that the government has done a lot of advertising for State DC. It's on the news. And I think specifically, for example, I've had tenants who heard about State DC on Telemundo, but Telemundo said that the money was running out, and the Telemundo didn't say that undocumented people could apply. So the tenants just assumed that was not a program for them, that they're not used to receiving subsidies. They're not used to receiving benefits. So that wasn't a program for them. So I think making sure that this is something that we're saying explicitly, not just, assuming that people will know that.
Okay, I hear you. Would actually reaching out to landlords of these type of buildings where we know we have our lower income, perhaps undocumented residents, would that help? Is that something that we could do to try and manage this situation? Because it will come to a head, as many of us know, if we don't act immediately.
Absolutely. I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Victoria. Sorry.
It's okay. I think absolutely there needs to be more outreach to landlords. And in addition to outreach, oversight on landlords, like others have mentioned, people are still receiving a lot of harassment and a lot of threats from their landlords, even as they have applied. So yes, we need to reach out to landlords, and we also need to provide some oversight that assures that that there are consequences for landlords not abiding by the housing code, and also just generally being threatening and abusive.
I can add
Well,
one thing
thank you for
related.
that. Ms. Siegel?
Yes, if I could just add one thing back related to language. If an application states provide your social security number, even if underneath it in small letters it says not required, that itself is off-putting. So it's back to language, how things are written, how things are ordered, and recognizing that language matters. And that simple change would impact reaching undocumented individuals more likely.
Okay, Ms. Washington, you were going to add something?
I was going to add that one of the things that LCE has found to be very successful is bilingual postcards in very simple language, stating that will help. With that being said, the language is still far too complex and it needs to be simplified. and under the DC Language Access Act, it should be in different languages, several different languages. And again, I'm going to say this, we need to have more case handlers working on these cases, especially when you're giving over Social Security documents, your driver's license or government ID. And these are things, some of them that are federally issued. You need to have humans as well as simple language so that people aren't going to be intimidated and think they'll be reported for child abuse or immigration or any type of government organization that would be in their lives as a result of them being behind on rent, because there is that fear there.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Oloyede, did I get your name correct?
Yes, you did.
All right. I wanted to ask a little bit about the community that you serve. And it is a big community mixed of tenants as well as homeowners. And I understand that you're concerned about the homeowners, as some of the other providers have mentioned today. But I really want to kind of understand how can we show the community, aside from your virtual programming, that we really are serious about assisting them to stay in their homes? Is there some other medium that we can use other than the virtual and the big festivals that we tend to do? Because we're getting very close to the 30th of September. Of course, we have until the, I think it's the year 2022 to spend the first tranche.
Right.
But we want to make sure that we spend this money and we spend it on the people. And then my second question to you is the advertisement piece. How much more resources would be needed for your organization to really reach more people in the community?
Okay, so
this information, yes. I know that you have a grant from DHCD, and
right.
as mostly everyone on the panel, but I'm trying to figure out, do you have enough? Without asking, do you have enough?
Right. I'll start with the first question, and in terms of getting increased numbers from residents, the only way that I see right now is through other events, is through leveraging other events. So this is back to school season. So Marshall Heights was part of a back to school event 2 weekends ago. And at that event, we were handing out Stay DC flyers. They were from DHCD. And this goes back to my earlier point. I think the flyers may have been more effective if, in addition to DHCD listed on the flyer, Marshall Heights Community Development Organization or Lydia's House or some other CBO that is a trusted and known entity that the residents can identify with. I think that would help. We also have other events, as well, not just back to school events. As I mentioned before, we partnered with the Office of the Attorney General to do a workshop where basically people could come in to fill out their Stay DC applications. So I think having in person, I think has been mentioned a few times, that human element is key for a variety of reasons. One is when you get people in front of you, it's a captive audience. And so you can power through to get the application done. It's not quite the same doing it virtually. And I think having events, just letting people know that this is where you can fill out your application, I think is a key route that we need to take and we need to explore more. And, in most CBOs, I believe, well, I know that Marshall Heights is open for housing counseling. So it's primarily by appointment only due to COVID, but we still receive residents who are walk-ins who are looking to get help with the Stay DC application. So I would say one is having events specifically designed for Stay DC, and then having your office some type of availability for people when they do get the motivation to go and fill out their application. They know they can go to a community-based organization that is open. I think those are going to be the two main ways that we can get more increased participation from residents. And the last question, or your second question, well, you know it's not enough, right? Right? I mean, we all know that it's not enough. I think everyone on this recording has said we need more housing counselors, we need more marketing dollars, we need more, right? And it's because of a variety of reasons. One is the technology is an impediment for a lot of our users who would be applying for the application, but also not everyone is on the internet, right? We have senior citizens. You know, I hate to put my mother on blast, but she's not on Facebook like that, right? She's not on Twitter like that. So here in Marshall Heights, we've been marketing on Facebook, all the social media platforms. My mother's not reading that. You know, we need to do local newspapers, radio shows. You know, we need to do all types of media so that we can reach as many people as possible. And that's just going to require more money. I think the easy solution is to use social media, right? Because it's technology and you can reach so many people. But at the same time, you're going to miss a lot of the people that you really need to hit.
Well, thank you, and I'm out of time. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Silverman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't realize I was next. Let me first go over some testimony that was given. Ms. Washington. So you were focused, Ms. Washington, on older tenants and the risk of eviction for older tenants. You said in your testimony that the Legal Counsel for the Elderly has now seen eviction orders slated for September 13th and after. So am I correct? And because we have, the council put actions into place to prevent evictions for those tenants who have only had non-payment of rent after the pandemic. So are these for tenants who had eviction proceedings that got stayed once the pandemic began?
Yes, that's exactly right, Councilmember Silverman. They're pre-pandemic. However, they have accrued post or pandemic arrears in addition, and it is all added up to the total. So even if they got some funds or found a way to pay what was the translux amount that needed to be paid to stop an eviction, they've accrued more debt and they've received judgments and writs of restitutions have been issued. And so it's as soon as September 13th for at least two of our clients right now.
Okay. It's been stated in this hearing that we want to prevent eviction because of the catastrophic and traumatic impact eviction has on the individual, on the family unit, and essentially on our city. So what is involved? How many people are we talking about here? Do you have a number?
I think Miss Mellon definitely has a number. Beth has a number, but go ahead.
Yeah, so Councilmember Silverman, it was as of a few weeks ago over 500 tenants, non-commercial tenants that were on that list. It's probably higher now. And just to emphasize something Ms. Washington said, these may be tenants who at this point, the balance they owe is a pandemic balance. So they got brought into the court system before the pandemic, but they may have caught up on those months. And to avoid an eviction, you have to be current as of the moment of that eviction or as of the moment a payment is made. So if Stay DC on September 1st gives you a payment through August and you can't pay September rent, you're going to get evicted. And so that's the challenge here is these families who are at most imminent risk. It may be because of pandemic balances, not anything that happened before.
Okay, we are on the clock, so I don't want to be rude, but I'm going to interrupt to get questions answered. So let's focus on these. So our first focus should be on these 500 households, correct? So what are we doing to either address the arrears or address other issues to stop eviction for these 500 households? What role can the council play, and how are you working, I imagine, with, as you both were saying, the courts and Deputy Mayor's Office, Human Services Agency to prevent eviction in these 500 cases?
If I could just say a few words there, is that the
Only
judges.
a few, Ms. Siegel, because we don't have much time.
The judges have allowed housing counselors to be in every hearing. So we have housing counselors in every hearing who are immediately connecting every tenant to financial resources. So that's step one. I'll let the attorneys talk about the legal side.
Okay. Okay.
Go ahead, Beth.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate Ms. Siegel.
So we have sent multiple rounds of outreach letters using our own funds, not money provided by the government directly for this purpose. We also shared a list.
Can I stop you there, Ms. Millen?
Yeah, please.
I'm going to be unfortunately rude. Can't we use state DC funds for this purpose?
Absolutely. And we shared with the government a list of those tenants. They checked them against state DC. I understand they then tried to do outreach. Some pending applications were expedited. That's great. But I think the comment about every single tenant who is in court needs to be paired with a case manager, a CBO employee, someone to individually figure out where are they, what's going on, what can we do to prevent that eviction. That's the number one step state DC could take to solve this issue.
And just to clarify, we haven't done that yet.
We have not. If a tenant calls and says the right thing to the call center staff, they get referred.
Okay, so I guess I'm saying this both to make sure we have action steps here. So we have 500 households that are threatened with eviction right now. Do all of them owe money, or are they being evicted from other issues that don't have anything to do with rent arrears? Are these
some portion, I appreciate you asking that, because we should be clear, some portion are for lease violations, but we know 90%, over 90% of cases are about non-payment. So a good number of those cases are about non-payment.
So the action that you, Ms. Mellon, you, Ms. Siegel, and Ms. Washington are suggesting is that we sort of immediately pair up these households, because they go beyond just the individual person, right, with a like a housing counselor to figure out how we can work with the court at this point to prevent eviction.
In effect, that has started to happen now, because we've now shared lists with DHS and DHCD.
Okay.
We've cross-checked them. We're in process of making that happen. What hasn't happened is allowing the housing counselor to have access to the real-time information about where that client is in the state EC process.
Yeah, if I may, Councilmember Silverman, they need to ask the right questions when the tenant applies to figure out the court case number. They need to immediately refer them. They need to expedite that application. We're doing those things for that 500 families now, but we also need to do that going forward to prevent this from happening in the future.
Okay, and I should be asking Director Zeilinger about this, or when the government witnesses come up, who should I be asking about this?
I think all of the above.
Okay.
I mean, we're in communication with all of them, right? So that's the reason I'm saying that is please ask all of them, how can we do this? Let's change the questions. Let's get this information. We are ready to help these tenants, right? So send them to us, send them to Ms. Siegel.
Okay, great. I only have 2.5 minutes left. So I want to shift to Mr. Oyalade. Thank you for your testimony. I always appreciate when witnesses first actually say that they heard something I said. It's like the proof of that you're paying attention. And second, for your recommendations. I am a little confused though. So am I understanding your testimony that you were having a seminar for residents who are interested in getting the affordable units through IZ. So were these projects that Marshall Heights was doing that have affordable units through IZ? And this was a seminar for how people get those units? I'm just
No,
trying to understand the universe.
yeah, this was a inclusionary zoning workshop that we host for DC residents. It's not particular to projects owned or managed by Marshall Heights. It's for any property. It's to get the certification.
I'm going to stop you there. Okay, so what I was really getting out of your testimony is that these are folks who are likely below, probably definitely below 80% area median income, likely 50 to 60% area median income. And I'm just going to say it again for the power of repetition. These are the folks who are most threatened, not in our housing market because they can't find housing, and especially in the pandemic, because what we know is that it's the workers in low income, in low wage jobs who were pummeled by this pandemic. It wasn't high wage workers, it was low wage workers. So I want to talk to you in my final few seconds here. What do you think we can do more to help these low wage workers? Like, clearly you said there are 800 people on your Zoom. A lot of them don't even know about state EC still, which is just heartbreaking. So what more can we do?
Well, I think, and I wasn't clear when I was giving that testimony earlier, is that our staff here actually discussed the state DC program. And that's what got all of those attendees interested in the program, was that, you know, again, it's marketing, it's outreach, it's putting the word out on the street that this program is available and you may or may not qualify, but you need to contact your CBO to see where you stand. And I think, you know, by our staff talking about it, it really opened that conversation for all of those participants to say, hey, that sounds like a program I need to apply for.
Okay, great. Mr. Chairman, I just have two quick more things. I know my time has run out. I'll just ask your indulgence for one more minute. The first is, it looks like from the data, we know where people get stuck. And it looks like two places. It's proof of income. Looks like the most people get stuck on proof of income, and then proof of a lease, documentation of a lease. So, you know, I have to say, we keep going like, we do know because there's data in the report to the Human Services Committee that shows that's where the majority of tenants get stuck. So let's figure out what to do there. I want to push that conversation in the next round. The second thing is, I was struck, someone mentioned it, that the percentage of applications that go through by landlords is higher than tenants. It's 83% to 71%. And so I mean, actually, I was surprised at 71% was good, I thought. But, you know, I think, again, it's like, is it because the tenant is it because of the documentation issue or something else? But I am over time. I want to thank everyone for their testimony and thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And thank you all for your testimony and your extremely important work with so many in our community. I really appreciate it. I want to go back to the conversation around case management. And this is something that Ms. Siegel and Ms. Mellon were speaking about. Ms. Mellon, you had mentioned that sometimes when people call the call line, they have to say the right thing to get paired with a case manager. What are those types of right things so that we can either ensure that everybody has the information to go that way, or to empower more case managers to be assigned?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the answer is not to rely on magic words. And to be honest, I don't know what the magic words are. I think it's any, you know, I'm a lawyer. I know how to deal with clerks in the courts, you know, in the clerk's office. And right, sometimes you have to say the right thing and you don't, and then you come back an hour later and you get the right person and they're like, oh yeah, I can help you with that. And that's my impression, is many tenants are calling and they have questions and they're given incorrect legal information. They're told they're not eligible when they haven't applied yet, and it's not true. You know, various things happen. And instead, I think the call center staff, somebody has to answer the phone. Somebody has to say, okay, you need help. I'm going to refer you to this person. I'm going to refer you to that person. We need a call center. Don't get me wrong. But I think we should decrease the resources there and just connect folks to, community-based organizations, legal service providers, others who have decades of experience doing this kind of work, who can better assist these tenants.
Okay, and is it your understanding that there are sufficient resources available to connect people on an individualized basis to a case manager, and then it's just a matter of kind of lack of information and getting people to the right place?
I mean, I have to defer to Ms. Siegel, and other providers, but I would say, try us out. I don't think we're at capacity. Legal services providers can do much more, push us to capacity. Also, thank you to the chairman, to Councilmember Silverman and others for supporting more money for eviction diversion and eviction defense efforts. We're excited to get applications in and get that money out the door too. So try us. I think we have a lot of new resources coming that can help.
And there's not exactly case management being offered. What there's being offered is if you call the call center and say you need help applying, you don't understand how to apply, you will be referred to a CBO for an application. When I talked about case management, I talked about something broader than just how to fill out an application, but also wraparound services and evaluation of your eviction strategies, or eviction prevention strategies, I should say. So there really isn't a system in place yet for full case management.
Okay, thank you very much. Something that we are hoping to get a little more information from our government witnesses is around the average amount of money that's been dispersed. But from all of your perspective, dealing with applicants, is it your understanding that 6,000 or so average amount is what people are applying for? Or if not, why is it so much lower than what people are applying for?
I think that some people don't know that they can apply for rents going forward, and that there's been and in addition, there's been new directives from Treasury allowing people to apply for amounts owed under other circumstances. And so I'm shocked also by how low it is, because it's not what we saw when we look at ERAP applications still to this day, or CHAP applications. And so I think there is a mismatch between what a tenant says. Tenants don't know what they owe necessarily, and the way the application speaks, you have to go month by month and outline exactly what you owe for each month. That's not how tenants look at it. So I think there's a mismatch between what they think they owe, what they actually owe, and the connection between the landlord ledger and what the tenants say they owe. And then moving forward 3 months, I think people aren't asking for that.
Gotcha. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Mr. Beckford, what do you think the best way is to reach senior tenants? I know some have mentioned, TV ads, maybe as opposed to social media, but there are some limitations with the TV advertisements that have gone out about potential misinformation or people not being used to receiving those benefits. Are there other mechanisms that you think are most successful at reaching seniors?
The simple answer is boots on the ground. We have to get out and make ourselves available in the communities where they are, so that they can, again, see a trusted partner and be comfortable in releasing that information to someone or an entity. Seniors inherently are distrustful of folks that they don't know. So we've got to develop that relationship, and being present is one of those ways.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is really to anybody who can speak to this, but what have been some of the hurdles in aiding tenants with informal rental agreements that may not have a formal lease? And what are those hurdles, and what are the best ways we can change the application process to account for those?
Councilmember Pinto, if I may, I think that the mayor's state DC team could potentially be using alternative verifications. I can give you an example. I worked with a building that exercised their TOPA rights. they don't have leases with their landlord. So, you know, I'm an attorney. I was able to write up a declaration, get it signed by the landlord, submit it. Not all tenants have access to someone like me who can help them, but that kind of shows the referral system can really help. We should be using eviction notices and things like that that are coming from the landlord and saying, you're my tenant, you owe rent, here's what the monthly rent is, as a form of verification. And I think also when applications are incomplete, don't just send a confusing email to that tenant, but reach out individually or refer them to a service provider who can follow up and figure out, okay, what alternative verification can happen. Many tenants in DC are living month to month under expired leases, and a current lease is what they're requiring. That's a problem.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have anything to add to that?
I would just say that under the law, a written lease is not required to have a tenancy. And so a lot of times, and in one instance with one client, I had to ask the landlord, you know, could you please provide a rent ledger or at least some form of a lease, because we won't have a complete application unless you do this. And so making the process match up with DC law would be very helpful, and maybe even relieving the lease requirement would go a long way, because that's a big problem.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good actionable changes. And then what have been some of the challenges associated with the self-attestation process? What are you hearing most often from tenants and all applicants? Really to anybody.
I will say, but somebody else should jump in with a problem, because we do need to give the government credit. They have incorporated it into the application process, so it's not a separate document. That is wonderful. Should have happened from the beginning, but it's great that it's happened now.
And the biggest problem we have with the self-attestation is the income self-attestation, as that is less clear than some of the others as to whether it will be accepted or not under certain circumstances.
Okay. All right. This may be the last round for this panel. Does anyone have anything else they want to add that they haven't been able to make the point yet?
This is Babatunde Aloyede. I have one point following up on how we can reach the elderly. I think through the Office of Aging, there was some sort of partnership with the Office of Aging, and then also through the churches. That's always a good network to reach individuals within a certain age group. Things to consider.
And then one other thing I'd like to add is the single point of entry, specifically starting in October when ERAP starts back up again, kind of more with more funding. And I know the city is working on this, but making sure that there's real thought put into how to make sure that we're not moving people between programs, where people don't have to take that step, where the funding source might be different, but that people can apply and get services for pre or post pandemic, for new rental relationships without jumping around to different programs and different resources.
Thank you so much. That's really helpful. And it's one of the most consistent pieces of feedback we get is the streamlining of the processes and not making people do hours and hours of homework to try to understand what benefits are available to them. So thank you all very much for the work that you do. And thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. And there are no more questions for you all. Thank you very much for your testimony. It's very helpful. So you are dismissed from the, I guess it's the panelist room, but you can continue to, and I'd like you to continue to watch. And if there's more feedback that you have, the record's open until close of business on September 7th. So I'm going to turn to the next 6 witnesses. And they're all providers. So we have Eric Jones, who's Vice President of Government Affairs at the Apartment and Office Building Association in Metropolitan Washington, otherwise known as AOBA. Glenda Walker, who's Vice President with W.C. Smith Company. Tom Borger, who's Chairman of Borger Management. Donna Cooper, who's Regional Vice President for PepCo. Apara Nuora, who is Senior Program Manager for Government Affairs at DC Water. And Manny Geraldo and Anthony Murdoch, who are with Washington Gas. We have written statements from most of you, which is helpful. And Mr. Jones, you're first. Be mindful of the clock, please. If you're in gallery view, I think it's at the top of your screen. We're giving folks 4 minutes. So if you could try to stay within that. Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Eric J. Jones. I'm Vice President of Government Affairs, DC, for the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. AOBA members are owners or managers of commercial and multifamily residential properties, as well as companies that provide products and services to housing providers and operators of commercial spaces. Currently, the combined portfolio of AOBA's membership is approximately 185 million square feet of commercial office space and more than 400,000 residential spaces in the District, Maryland, and Virginia. Here in the district, AOBA members own or manage more than 90,000 apartment homes and more than 80 million square feet of office space. This morning, I'm joined by 2 district-based businesses, including Tom Borger, Chairman of Borger Management, Inc., and Glenda Walker, Vice President of W.C. Smith. They will provide information to their experience working with the district's Stronger Together by Assisting You Stay DC program. First of all, I will mention that as I've stated in prior hearings, AOBA and its members are committed to not only championing the Stay DC program, but also to work with government officials to create a program that is implementable in practice. AOBA previously testified before the council, as well as held meetings with representatives of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, the directors of the Departments of Housing and the Departments of Housing, Community Development, and the Department of Human Services. Overall, we stand by earlier statements that the $352 million in rental assistance funds distributed by the Treasury Department to the district has been a lifeline for housing providers and renters alike. As we approach the September 30th deadline, we are proud to hear Mayor Bowser's recent announcement that the district is among the first jurisdictions to achieve this federal milestone for emergency rental assistance. Now that we have met the deadline, we can breathe a sigh of relief that monies will not be swept or reallocated. We are appreciative for Director Donaldson, Director Zollinger, and staff's tireless efforts for moving money out of the door and providing rent relief for residents in need. Nonetheless, the need to accelerate the processing of applications and the distribution of payments remains. Rent is the primary source of income for housing providers and is used to cover all of their financial obligations. 90 cents of every dollar of rent collected is used to cover operating expenses, including mortgage, property tax and insurance payments, payroll, capital expenses, and utilities. Only 10 cents of every dollar are returned to the owners, some of which then goes to investors. This includes the public pensions of 401ks that many Americans rely on, irrespective of whether they reside in rental housing. AOBA's members for months have been proactively applying through the Stay DC program and work tirelessly to educate their residents on how to complete the applications. Housing providers, members have also set up on-site application processes to make things even simpler for their residents and plan to continue to do so. We stand ready to work with the council on any additional ways to facilitate distribution of rental assistance that the district housing provides and their residents' needs. In a matter of time, I will close and say, we are willing to work with you all and thank you for the time provided so far. And I'm open to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Glenda Walker.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Glenda Walker, and I serve as the Vice President of William C. Smith and Company. William C. Smith is a property management and development company headquarters in DC since 1968. Our current management inventory includes approximately 10,000 housing units in DC. We currently have some 600 employees, about half of whom are residents in Washington, DC. At W.C. Smith, I head our leasing and collection department, which has been responsible for all Stay DC activity within William C. Smith since the inception of the program. I've been asked to speak about the administration of the program and the challenges that we are experiencing to achieve the program's goals of assisting every eligible resident with rent assistance. To date, we have submitted nearly 1,500 cases to Stay DC for past due rent. Of these, approximately 76% have been completed by both parties. 60% have been approved for payment, payments received for 57%, and 23 or 346 cases have had no response from tenants or the files have not been merged. The outstanding balance of rent that has been submitted to State DC, which have not yet been fully processed, is just over 4.7 million for our counts. At this stage of the processing, there have been many positive developments since the rollout. The administrators are responsive to questions and concerns, with resolutions received in a timely manner. However, the problems we are experiencing will keep the program from achieving its ultimate goal of providing tenants with rental assistance as they manage the impact on the pandemic of their households. The single biggest issue is not being able to promptly link the tenant application with the housing provider's application. The only link is the email address inputted on the application. If the tenant does not use the correct email address for the housing provider, then the application will not be linked. A housing provider has 5 days to respond if a tenant submits an application without the proper link, if we receive any notice at all. It then becomes a housing provider's obligation to find the application in the system and provide the necessary information for the application to be linked. Failing to do so in 5 days results in rental assistance payments being sent to the tenant. We have documented several cases where this has happened, and in each one, the tenant has failed to direct the full amount to the housing provider for payments of the outstanding balance. State DC must take immediate steps to improve the linking of the applications from two sides. State DC is provided with ample information to do so from the housing provider's application, which includes the tenant's name and address. Relying on a field in an application that is prone to error has caused delays and mistakes that will be extremely difficult to correct or reverse. Applications by the housing providers that are lacking any response by our tenants is also troubling. We are making every effort to contact any of our residents who have failed to submit an application to offer assistance with the process. This has helped clear many of the missing applications, as a result in more completed ones. State DC should redouble efforts to reach each people or provide their names to the community-based organizations to conduct outreach and assist with the completion of the applications. Unless steps are taken to assist with those who are not able to complete the process and assets available assistance, many unnecessary collection cases will be initiated once the court resumes activity. There must be immediate and concrete steps taken to address the program's problems and correct them as soon as possible. I am available for questions if anyone would like additional information.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Mr. Borges.
Good afternoon, Council Member. I have relatively brief comments to make. Once this program started, we had, my staff had excellent communications with both the Department, DHCD and DHS, and have had continual feedback loop with them as far as streamlining the operations. We submitted 350 plus applications for delinquent tenants. We did that, we initiated those filings. Of those filings, we've received 167 payments, with the average payment approximately $9,200 per tenant. We have 119 pending. Those are pending tenant applications which need additional information or whatever. And then the balance of them, which is plus units of the 350 we applied for, no tenant responded at all to the application process. I would like to comment on a couple things. I did listen to all the testimony earlier, and I thought some really good points came up. One of the things that just happened recently when I was getting ready for these comments today is I checked in with some of my community managers. All of our community managers have done extensive reach out to our tenants. They've gone one-on-one. We have bilingual capacity. But even with that, some of our Hispanic buildings where we're getting a poor turnout. Most recently, I'll give her name, Angela Gonzalez from the Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs. And just one building reached out to our Hispanic tenants that hadn't applied or hadn't completed the application and was extremely successful. And so as alluded to by the other testimony, the one-on-one contact was excellent. The same way with the Urban League has had a couple of folks there that have reached out to our tenants. And these are folks, tenants that we can't get to complete the applications, even no matter how hard we try. And so these organizations have reached out and got them completed, which has been exactly what we wanted to have happen. We have issues on the landlord side of the application process, which are relatively technical, but it's cumbersome on our side as far as being able to expedite. But I would believe it was in the testimonies given earlier about the lease requirements and what is owed. From day one, the landlords have been saying, well, let us provide that. We're the ones that can generate off of our computerized, complete accounting for every tenant. And it should have been able to be done in a single sheet that we could have submitted with the leases. The problem with the leases, tenants have died, their children are living there, tenants have moved out, they've lost their leases. And we've been constantly in a process of printing leases out and providing them to residents. And I guess the final comment is more of a philosophical one. The PPP program, which was very, very successful, as you know, from the federal government, they knew there was going to be slippage. But we should have assumed there was going to be slippage in this program. So instead of trying to be 100% accurate on every dollar we gave out, in the interest of speed, we should have allowed for some slippage, allowed for tenants to have more flexibility, and allowed for landlords to have done more work on our end. And if in fact 2, 3, 4% of the applications ended up being erroneously given out, so be it. They would have gotten the money out faster. So that's my thoughts for today.
Thank you, Mr. Borger. Donna Cooper.
Thank you very much. Chairman Mendelson was having a few technical difficulties. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to testify on today. And thank you for convening this very important public roundtable. I wanted to acknowledge all of the council members that are here today and those that have been working on legislation to really bridge the gap with residents and businesses that are still yet confronted with the residual impacts of COVID-19. I am joined today by Nicole Fernandez, our Manager of Outreach and Engagement for Pepco Holdings, and also by Danielle Mills, who is in our Revenue Management Division. I wanted to acknowledge, first of all, and provide some level of accolades to the District of Columbia for being number 3 regarding the country in terms of ensuring that we were connecting our residents to the resources that are available through the federal program, but deemed as being the Stay DC program. I do know that we still yet have more to do, but I do know that we're definitely on the right path. And listening to those that testified on today, one of the things that is consistent in the testimony is that it really takes the partnership as well as the collaboration of all of us to seek and to attain optimal success with our residents. One of the things that I wanted to just touch on very briefly, and I have provided my testimony, is to really step through our partnership, as well as some of the things that we have done to ensure that we're connecting with our customers. And people talked about it in 2 buckets: the technology that sometimes is a barrier, but also the criticality of being on the ground and in the communities and being able to provide that assistance. So we have worked in partnership with the Deputy Mayor for Operation and Infrastructure's office, the District Department of Energy and the Environment, the Public Service Commission, the Office of the People's Council, our other utilities, as well as a lot of our community-based organizations that are testifying and advancing information on today. One of the first things that we did collectively was to develop a unified document that ensured that we had all information on that document that referenced all of the levels of assistance that were available for the multiple utilities, so that customers are not having to go to each separate entity to access information. We continue to work as well with the District Department of Energy and the Environment, as well as Deloitte, to implement, because a lot of people talked about enhancements to the Stay DC program application process. You're going through a system and you're learning and you're hearing from experiences. One thing that I wanted to acknowledge about the administration is being very open and adept at making those modifications based on lessons learned, as well as the feedback that has been provided. We literally meet weekly with DOEE and Deloitte to identify those opportunities to message to populations of customers that have actually received rental assistance, but still yet have not received utility assistance. I think something that's critical when we talk about the different opportunities is ensuring that our customers are aware that because they receive rental assistance or because they receive LIHEAP or RAD, that the Stay DC program is still yet available to them. We have enhanced our energy assistance messaging. Our call center representatives have been trained to provide messaging to customers that drives awareness of the multiple programs. Something that I think that is unique about the utilities is the fact that we have direct access to all of the residents and ultimately our customers within the District of Columbia. So it's that coordination and it's that partnership and it's sharing the information when we see that you have individuals through our partnership with the DC government that have connected to rental assistance, but they have not connected to the utility assistance, how we strategically can really target those particular customers specifically. Our website has been updated to include information on the Stay DC program, and all communications regarding assistance in general includes information on the program. What we are all cognizant of is that our outreach must continue. It must be conducted with a focus on equity as well as inclusion in both messaging as well as outcomes. We have developed a very comprehensive communications plan with collateral materials, and we're continuing to evolve those materials based on the feedback that we have had. We are also participating in the pop-up events that the mayor's office is executing. We're participating in community events. We are distributing our flyers, our bill inserts, and also targeting specifically our customers who we identify are on LIHEAP as well as RAD, and ensuring that they are aware of these particular offerings. The Commission recently also approved additional programs to assist small businesses, houses of worship, and nonprofit organizations. So our messaging is really multidimensional, connecting people to this program, but also ensuring that residents and customers are aware of the additional offerings. Someone said something earlier, and they referenced the fact of having holistic and wraparound type services. It's critical that we understand that this is not a one and done situation where we're connecting our residents and our customers to resources, but this is something that will continue for a period of time. How are we doing strategic, thoughtful, and intentional things to ensure that the residents and our customers are getting holistically the assistance that they truly need? We are working with our advisory neighborhood commissioners, and we also have a cadre of trained company ambassadors who share information at community meetings that are executed in our communities, also with advisory neighborhood commissions. Our neighbors are also central to informing us on how to better message our communications and approach. So that feedback is critical. We utilize community advisory groups for that purpose, and we're about to reconstitute a district-wide community advisory group that will be executed in October of this year. In closing, please know that we will continue to work with our customers as well on a case-by-case basis to establish payment arrangements as well as identify energy assistance, because we are aware that every customer is not going to qualify for the programs that we're talking about. Earlier, someone talked about those that are challenged with mortgage payments. So we're here to provide that particular seamless interconnection regarding those customers that are still yet not able to connect to those assistance programs as well. So the bottom line is that it takes government, it takes the utilities, it takes the nonprofit organizations, the businesses, the commissions to work collectively, to work in partnership to ensure that we're touching and reaching all customers. So thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm also joined, as I shared, by others who can assist in answering any specific questions that you may have. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Opera Nora from DC Water.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the Committee of the Whole for the invitation to testify before you for an update on the progress of the Stay DC program. My name is Opera Nwora, and I am the Director of Government Affairs and Public Policy for DC Water. As many of you are aware, DC Water is responsible for providing drinking water and wastewater services to over 672,000 residents, schools, and businesses across the district, as well as wastewater treatment for 1.6 million people in neighboring counties of Maryland and Virginia. Our slogan, "Water is Life," not only speaks to the essential life services we provide, but is also at the core of who we are and all of the work that we do. Over a year ago, life as we knew it changed. No one was exempt from this shift, and we had to act. I applaud the mayor and DC Council for taking swift action to protect the District of Columbia. Our CEO and General Manager, David Gaddis, recently said that the onset of COVID was a pivotal moment in his career, which made leadership mean something different to him. I believe, therefore, before a moratorium was even set in place, DC Water made the equitable health and safety decision not only to suspend disconnections, but reconnect well over 300 accounts that had been disconnected prior to March 2020. In addition, our leadership team deployed internal as well as external strategies to keep workforce and our community secure. To date, our customer care teams have enrolled well over 12,000 customers, including nearly 6,000 multifamily units in our not one, but 7 customer assistance programs through our DC Water Cares initiatives. Our multifamily assistance program, also known as MAP, was launched at the beginning of the year and is one of the first of its kind in the nation. And while we are happy with all of the assistance we have been able to award thus far, we are recognizing during this time more help is needed. On April 21st of this year, the mayor announced the new program entitled Stronger Together by Assisting You, Stay DC, that would provide monetary assistance to renters and housing providers to satisfy past and future financial obligations, including unpaid water and sewer bills. The Executive Office of the Mayor coordinated quickly to ensure that all necessary were part of the conversations regarding the implementation of the program, and DC Water appreciates the opportunity of being at the table for our customers. Since the launch of Stay DC, DC Water has participated in every weekly utility update and coordination call. And so far from an implementation effort of the Stay DC into our own customer assistance programs, it has been a fairly easy lift, and this is a positive thing. In total, Stay dollars received since program launched is a little less than $150,000, which is the equivalent of about 158 impacted accounts. This is approximately accounts for 1% of DC Water's overall residential arrearages. Payments are often dispersed about every 2 weeks at this point. It was recently reported that the city had dispersed nearly 70% of the $200 million in federal money it received to help residents cover overdue rent and utilities. This is something to be celebrated, given the goal of spending of at least 65% of the money by the end of September to prevent from having to either forfeit or redistribute the funding and the help that is critical for our residents, especially our most vulnerable. I believe that we are all discovering in our efforts to assist that there is an immense nature of coordination, messaging, and out-of-box approaches and thinking that is required to ensure that all the people are getting the help that they need. For DC Water, these approaches have included bill inserts, direct customer flyers, mailers, as well as virtual and in-person community meetings and events in coordination with our other city partners. We are also in the process of analyzing through census tract data customers that might very well need our assistance, but have not yet applied. What we have also gathered from this Stay DC process that may only be specific to the water utility is that for the properties where water utility is a part of their rent, There needs to be a process to ensure that the landlord or the recipient of the funding passes the portion of rental assistance that is for water on the utility to the actual utility provider, which is DC Water. It is our understanding that approximately 27% of tenants that received assistance indicated that all their utilities were included in their rent. For DC Water alone, this percentage is assumed to be much higher due to the number of master metered multifamily buildings throughout the city. Navigating through COVID-19 pandemic has been no easy undertaking. There have been many unknowns and other variables that we might have never considered, not because of the lack of planning, but essentially because this is a moment in history most of us have never lived through before. But we are here. While the district has done its part in supporting DC residents and businesses during this trying time, the work continues. DC Water has appreciated working with the district and our other stakeholders to ensure safety and resilience is maintained. Work in coordination as we have always done pre-COVID-19 and well thereafter. This concludes my testimony on behalf of DC Water, and thank you for the opportunity to join you all today.
Thank you. And I don't have a copy of your statement. Have you submitted it?
I have not, but I will.
Great, thank you. Next is Manny Geraldo and Anthony Murdoch from Washington Gas.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Manny Geraldo, and I serve as the Manager of Government Relations and Public Policy for the District of Columbia for Washington Gas. On behalf of Washington Gas, I would like to express our appreciation for holding this important roundtable today. I also want to note that this is my first time testifying before the council, but I spent many years as a council staffer on the other side of the table. I'm joined by Anthony Murdoch, who's our Director for Customer Billing and Revenue Assurance, and he has a wealth of knowledge regarding our programs. I will streamline my testimony to stay within the 4 minutes. Across Washington Gas, we've never stopped working during the COVID-19 public health emergency as we continue to serve our 1.2 million customers across the DMV, including nearly 165,000 in the district. We recognize the extraordinary burden that our customers have faced due to the impacts from the coronavirus, and we continue to work to help all customers maintain their service. The Stay DC program has been very valuable to district residents as they seek to cover housing and utility expenses and offset the loss of income. They are key to ensuring that our residents are able to survive this economic hardship, and we again thank the mayor and the council for their leadership during this challenging time. We applaud the goals and the aims of Stay DC, and we are encouraged that Stay DC will continue to provide much needed assistance to district residents. At Washington Gas, we work closely with the executive and her agencies to ensure that Stay DC is successful. Our customer engagement teams are involved in weekly calls with the Stay DC administrators, and we have plans to assist with future Stay DC events to reach as many district residents as possible. We include Stay DC information inserts in all of our district bills, and thus far we've received nearly $685,000 in Stay DC funds, which has assisted 1,300 customers. That's roughly $500 left per customer, and this is very encouraging because during COVID, the arrearages for customers is between $600 and $800. We are encouraged that when we believe that when DC receives more federal funding, we want to continue to work with the executive and her community partners. As the other utility companies have said, we are involved with weekly meetings and events, and we do as much as we can to reach all of our customers. In conclusion, we applaud the mayor and her staff, the council, and the many community partners and advocates for their efforts to ensure that Stay DC is successful. We have and we will remain good corporate citizens and continue our work with the mayor and the council to increase the viability of Stay DC. I thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions, as is Mr. Murdoch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geraldo. So there'll be one 10-minute round of questions, and I will begin. Usually when we have testimony that involves tenants and landlords, or some of the advocacy groups and the utilities, there's a disagreement. I'm not looking for that here. I'm kind of assuming that there isn't, but I want to ask of the housing providers as well as the utilities, was there anything in the suggestions that the first panel of witnesses made with which you would disagree? They talked about things like accessibility, in-person or one-on-one navigation, making the application process easier and so forth. Was there anything that any of you on this panel disagreed with?
Chairman Mendelson, I'll start. So I just was highlighting as I was testifying, just some of the comments that were made that really aligned with what I always designate as experiences as well as lessons learned because we're going through the process. So I would say I don't disagree with anything that was shared by the individuals who are literally on the ground and are learning through this process and are giving recommendations. So I do, again, want to recognize that I believe each of us going through this process and the coordinated meetings that we're having with the mayor's team, as well as with the others that are really testifying today as well, is that we have taken a lot of what has been shared and it has been implemented and is helping to inform the process as we speak presently. Not to say that there are not obviously additional things that we can and should be doing. The attestation process, I remember the young lady who did testify earlier referenced the fact that it's now on the form. So that's a part of something that was learned within that particular process. Again, the coordination that needs to take place between the data and information on those individuals who are already receiving the rental assistance and that connectivity, because there's a larger number that have received the rental assistance that have not received the utility assistance. So being very targeted in that way. And what people have underscored, I remember the testimony regarding seniors and the trust factor. We have to really be in the communities. We have to work with people who are trusted and that are part of the communities. And we have to also ensure that we are ultimately taking the opportunity to be a part of the events and have the boots on the ground. And for us, for me, from my perspective, it's that direct outreach to the customer. So it's a combination of the mass communications, the community engagement, but everyone is not going to be at the community meetings. So it takes that targeted outreach. And that's what I said is I think is unique about the utilities, that we have the bandwidth, the resources, the trust, and the ability to connect directly with those customers.
Chairman, I'd like to make a comment.
Yes.
If I could. We have to differentiate on the landlords. Us and William C. Smith, we organized teams of people. We had the staff to do this. We had the staff to send out, without asking for the upfront for the resident, to send them flyers, to send the complete the initial applications. But there's a lot of folks out here that own buildings, especially small landlords, that have no knowledge of this program, that they didn't have any more capacity to fill out the landlord side than the tenant did to fill out the tenant side of the application. So I think that the gentleman that was talking about Marshall Heights, I think that's exactly what had to happen day one, so that those folks that don't have the sophisticated organization that could have dealt with this in a large volume would have been able to get more applications from both the landlord and the tenants.
Well, is there something that should be done to reach out to more landlords?
At this point, I don't know. I haven't seen statistics for. I know all the management companies have done as much as they possibly can to collect as much delinquent rent, because it's in our interest to do so and in the residents' interest. But I have no idea what the status is of all the smaller landlords, single-family houses, 4-family flats all over the city, whether they're applying for the residents or not.
Okay, let me, I need to be mindful of time. Mr. Borger, when you testified, you said that the average rent payment that you're receiving from state DC is about $9,000. but we know from the reports we're getting that the average state EC is paying out is about $6,000. I'm rounding the numbers here. Could that be because, Mr. Borger, your company can the lead in filing for the tenants, and you're filing for both the past due as well as 3 months forward? I'm asking that because in the previous panel, one of the witnesses said that the tenants don't always realize that they can apply for a full 12 months back plus 3 months forward.
That's absolutely correct. We have, as I said earlier in my testimony, we have computerized records. If we had been from day one, been allowed to absolutely tell state DC, this is what the tenant owes. The tenants oftentimes do not know what they owe. They don't have a computer printing out every month what their rent was paid, what months they made or skipped. So yes, it should have been incumbent upon the landlord, and we should have been able to sign an affidavit that would verify, and you could come back if we were lying and said, this is what the tenant owes. Don't depend upon the tenant to tell you what they owe.
So thank you. And I think that's helpful to hear here. I'm going to go back to utilities. So I'm concerned that the total amount paid out for utilities is somewhere around $3 million. The total paid out for landlords, or for rent, I should say, is somewhere around close to $100 million. 3 million, 100 million. And that 100 million has grown by millions week after week because we've been asking for reports. And the utilities has grown by hundreds of thousands of dollars week after week. You know, this hearing today has spent most of the last 2.5 hours talking about rent. Is it that the utility payouts are less because so much attention is on the rent and the utility is being overlooked? I think I want the one or more of the utility witnesses to answer that.
Chairman, I think probably that there's been more focus put on the renters because your average monthly rent in the district is going to be much higher than your average utility bill. So I think that's probably a bit overlooked. I mean, we're trying as hard as we can to reach as many customers, but I think people who are in arrears are probably in arrears in their rent as well. And I think their focus is probably to maintain where they live.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at, and I think you're saying yes, is that the focus is on the rent. And so the application is filled out for the rent and the applicants forget about the utility.
It seems to be that way. I mean, from all the advocates, I think the advocates are really focused on rent as opposed to utilities. And I think that's what we've learned, and Donna might have something different to offer, but I think the advocates really are just pushing rent as opposed to utilities.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, my comment to that as well is that what you stated in terms of the data is very clear. And I don't think it's a either or proposition, but the focus, and it's something I said in my testimony earlier, is the messaging that is evolving. When you listen to the messaging, it says that it's available for all of these different purposes, but there is more nuanced messaging that's happening to make that clearer when it comes to the mayor's office, when it comes to our communications, because even in the community, I remember I was at a community event in Ward 8, and this is anecdotal and it's qualitative. And I was talking to a resident and she shared with me, well, I was not aware that I could actually apply for utility as well as I could apply ultimately for rental assistance. So the focus was on the rental assistance, not that the form said that you could not, but ensuring that people are aware that we're not talking about one or the other, but all. So right now, whereby I talked about the strategy around the fact that you have all of the individuals and still got a gap that have received the rental assistance. We're now being very thoughtful and intentional, working with the district government to ensure that we're sharing information from those particular departments and agencies such as DHCD, Human Services, where individuals have received that assistance
Well,
and connecting them to the
I'm going to have
utility.
to interrupt you because I'm running out of time here. Is a resident precluded from filing to stay DC a second time if they overlook the utility? What I mean is a resident applies to stay DC for rental assistance, doesn't do anything about utility, owes utility. Are they precluded from filing a second application for the utility?
So my comment, and I would recommend that you speak with the mayor's office when they do testify. It's my understanding that they're not precluded. Their information would be in the system and they would have the right as well as the opportunity to access those resources as well.
Okay. I have one other question because I'm over my time, and that is, in the legislation that we adopted in July, we required that the government provide the utilities with lists of individuals, essentially customers who are on various assistance programs so that the utilities would know not to disconnect them. Have you received those lists? Washington Gas, have you received a list?
I'm not positive, but I can get that answer back to your staff.
How about DC Water?
No, Chairman, I do not believe that we have received that list, but however, I don't know if it's timing. I don't know if it's the list or based on the legislation, if it's time for the list to go out yet.
I think it is.
We have asked for kind of a draft of what that information would entail. I know that that was something that we asked for just to make sure that from a data perspective, it's seamless, but we have not yet received the list, but I will definitely back check that with my colleagues in customer service as well.
Thank you. How about Pepco? Have you received the list?
We consistently receive lists from DOEE on those customers that do ultimately qualify for programs. We work seamlessly on that. So we haven't received the list, but we consistently receive lists regarding LIHEAP as well as RAD customers. So we do have that data and information.
But I think the data we require is more than just LIHEAP. I think it's some of the other assistance programs that are not in the energy area.
Correct, from DHCD and DHS. I don't know that we have received that, but I can verify.
Okay. Chairman, I was just alerted by Mr. Murdoch that we have not received that list.
Okay, I'm over my time, and so I'm going to turn to my colleagues. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thanks, Chairman. I don't have any questions this round. I think this was pretty useful for me. So I thank everybody for coming out to testify.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds.
Thanks, Chairman. Thank you very much. And thanks to all of the witnesses that are with us in this panel. We're now talking money more than how do we get to people. And I was very curious in your comments as to whether or not you are indicating as a utility that there is an amount in the arrears. Can you tell me, Ms. Cooper, for Pepco, is there money still owed that is from the pandemic period?
Yes, so I'll just give you a little bit of data that we do have, and it's called like more so the arrearage profile. So those customers that we designate as being kind of most vulnerable, when we look at our LIHEAP customers that qualify as well as RAD, we have like 2,248 LIHEAP customers that are in the arrearage, as well as RAD, we have right at 13,000 customers. The average arrearages for LIHEAP is around $792, and the average arrearages for RAD is $588. And then I wanted to touch on the DC Stay program. So basically the aggregate as well as the average per customer is around $856. So if you listen to the earlier data points, that is a higher level than what the average arrearages are. And also just in terms of the data, we have actually touched through the DC Stay program around 4,694 customers. So from my perspective, it goes back to a point that I was making earlier. It's the connectivity point between those that are applying for DC state program, those that are on LIHEAP and RAD who have not ultimately submitted applications as of yet. So we are really targeting very much so those customers directly on LIHEAP as well as RAD to ensure that they are getting their applications as well into the system, because those resources are available. Again, not an either or proposition. And then also targeting those customers that do qualify for the DC state program as well.
Okay, so we're now talking about, as far as I can see, you're saying more than 6,000 stay DC applicants.
So we have assisted since May 26th,
okay,
up until August 16th, 4,694 customers through the DC state program. And the average assistance that's provided per customer is $856.
Okay, and so you're saying of the total number of customers or applicants that we have had through Stay DC, you only had 4,694 that were in the rears for PEPCO services.
Those are the ones that have actually applied for DC state. And of course, you have to be a renter in order to ultimately comply. Then I went to another bucket earlier.
Right. I appreciate that. Yes, your different buckets. And what I'm really trying to get to is to understand what is the overall amount of arrears dollars that PEPCO is owed. And have we anywhere reached 20%, 30%, 50%, 80% of what is owed? I'm trying to understand, the math of what is owed at this time.
Right. So we can send back to you that calculation, and I'll just give you again a stat just for you to see again. So when you talk about the arrearages, and we look at RAD as an example, and I talked about the customer count of those in the arrears, about 13,171, and the arrearages are right about $7 million, 7.7 million in that category. For LIHEAP, and these are our most vulnerable residents, so I'm not touching on just the general population. LIHEAP, you have 2,248 customers. Arrearage amounts, $1.7 million there. So we would have to do a calculation of other customers in general and put it into that bucket as well. But those that are most vulnerable, those are the arrearage amounts, LIHEAP as well as RAD.
All right. And so the total amount that you have gotten through the Stay DC program is what?
We are actually reconciling that as we speak presently with DOEE, just to make sure that, because I know when the mayor reported it versus the numbers we have reconciled, so we will get back to the council on today with the reconciliation on those numbers.
All right. Where I'm trying to go with this conversation is to understand whether or not we're anywhere close to the volume of dollars that perhaps are owed to our utilities, and how do we get to getting that money to our utilities if it's still owed. And so so that's why I was asking you about those numbers. Let me ask DC Water, which is, we got to have the water. So tell me, where are we with the water? Do you have any data that's similar or could tell us of the Stay DC customers, whether or not you have any arrears customers?
Yes, ma'am. So I believe that of the Stay DC funding, we've received a little over 150,000 at this time, and that accounts for about approximately 1% of our arrears.
Okay, thank you. All right, and Mandy, with Washington Gas, can you give us some similar figures, understanding?
Absolutely, Councilmember Bonds, and I can also send your office a more detailed report. But so far through DC Stay, we've helped 1,347 customers, which is roughly 685,000. Now, overall, we have 31,000 customers and about $19 million in arrears. So we want to continue working with State DC to capture more of that funding for our customers.
All right, thank you very, very much. I'm not sure about my time. Let me I have a minute or two. All right, well, thank you very much. Mr. Borgers, let's talk a little bit about whether or not you have accounts that are still outstanding, arrears accounts.
Yes, ma'am. We still have right now 119 pending tenant applications that are all due for funding. And we have probably an additional 50, 60 tenants that didn't file, that we filed on their behalf, but they have not filed.
And so what's the volume of that amount of money that it's owed if we were able to get it done?
My best guess is that it's $1 million.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. And thank you. Miss Walker, are you still with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you give me your figures for what is still outstanding?
Sure. We have 23% that is still outstanding, or roughly 346 cases that are pending. And some of those issues are because they're still not merged together with the tenant's application, or where the resident has been referred by the provider with no response.
Okay. And what is the dollar volume of that?
For 346 cases, that's going to be roughly about 1.7 million.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. I'm trying to understand where we may be in a lurch with this money and how we can spend the balance of it effectively. Mr. Jones, can you comment with AOBA's members?
Councilwoman, we do not have a total number. I can work with our staff and get you something hopefully by the end of the week, which is an update of the totality of membership.
That would be perfect. Thank you very much. And I suspect I'm out of time. 23
You got 20
seconds.
seconds and I'm not paying attention. So you can throw in a.
Oh, so I don't get an extra minute and a half like you did. I got it. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you all very, very much for your testimony today.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to talk to Mr. Jones and Mr. Borger and Ms. Walker. And it's along the lines of what Councilmember Bonds just asked. I was especially struck, Ms. Walker, by your testimony. So you said in your testimony, you've submitted nearly 1,500 cases and that you're still waiting for payment for like 40% of them. Is that correct?
That's correct. There still haven't been fully processed. So it's like $4.7 million still outstanding on our accounts that we've requested. And out of that 4.7, we have the 346 accounts that they have been unable to merge or match together.
Right. So this is what I'm puzzled by, is that, as Mr. Borger said, it's the W.C. Smiths, the Borger managements, the larger landlords who have a lot of apartments, number one, and have more, I can't remember how you put it, Mr. Borger, but more capability to do the outreach to tenants. You have more infrastructure, you are larger organizations, and still a large organization like W.C. Smith is still struggling to get payment for 40%. of your claims.
And that's,
yeah.
And that is due to the tenant not completing their applications online. And that's why I believe that we need the assistance from the organizations, to be the community-based organizations, to reach out, to conduct some outreach programs to assist them with the completion of the applications.
Okay, so you're saying that all of these applications are because the tenant is missing a document?
They're missing a document or just not being responsive at all.
Okay, so, okay, in that, once the tenant completes, like puts in an application, sorry, I'm just trying to really understand the root of the problem here. So you can apply, the tenant can apply. You said that there's a matching problem, number one.
Yes.
Is correct? Okay. And the matching problem is that they don't put the correct information about their landlord?
They won't put any information in about the landlord, and they'll utilize their own email address as if they're the landlord. So then it will revert into a tenant-only application.
Okay, so, but okay, I admit this is because I have not used this system, but they put an address saying I live at this place. You put in an address saying I need money for a tenant who lives in my unit at this place. Isn't that the matching right there?
Unfortunately, council member, it is not occurring. It's basically triggered. It is triggered off of the email address that they provide as the provider's email or the provider's name. And that's how the applications are merged.
I'm just gonna, this is a thought experiment and thinking aloud, I guess, to ask the government, but why aren't we matching by address? Because aren't we providing money for a housing unit? So shouldn't the match be the housing unit itself? What am I missing here?
Councilwoman, that's a wonderful question. This is something that we brought up during the previous COVID-19 roundtable. This is something that we've heard from a lot of our members, not just the larger members. In many instances, which you have happened in many of the cases that have not been complete, are the fact that tenants are not providing the information required to complete a landlord's application, or at some point there's been a breakdown, so the landlord may put the application in with the address, the tenant will put the address in with a different email address, but there is not one simple way of actually matching them, and that's been a greater issue.
Councilmember, the tenant, you won't believe this, the tenant has a number and the landlord has a number. They're not the same number, and they both have to be entered on the applications. I mean, there's a lot of catch-22s built into this process that you wouldn't, in hindsight, you wouldn't have done.
I didn't mean to talk over you. I apologize, Mr. Borger, but so this is a database issue, isn't it, essentially, in which we should have a primary match and then a secondary match. And it seems to me the primary match should be the unit address. And then the secondary match could be perhaps email, but okay. And you said that you've brought this up, Mr. Jones, to the deputy mayor in Deloitte or Ms. Walker, maybe you've brought this up. So what has been the answer? Because this is like a data matching issue.
It's a data matching issue, and they recommended that I create a list. So I have to go back to the database and find the application numbers for the provider and the tenant, create the Excel worksheet, send it to them so they can review it in order to force the merge. So what happens is that when I get multiple inquiries from any particular resident, then we'll place a call to the customer service desk and we'll give them that information to try to force the merge. But this is creating a lot of havoc and delays amongst management as well as the applicant.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just have to express my shock here that we're having such difficulty matching? I mean, I can understand if it's like people aren't putting their apartment unit perhaps, but you know, we all, we all use commercial programs that match our data to like a database all the time.
Right. And then another case problem that we do have, I'm sorry, is the simple fact that we don't even know when it converts into a tenant only application because providers are only allowed 5 business days. We went from the 10 to the 5 because the federal Fed mandated that, and we clearly understand that. But how do we know it becomes a tenant application and the tenant has received the payment, but hasn't acknowledged or brought the payment to management?
Okay.
We're filing suit, and what we want to do is alleviate any unnecessary filings.
Okay, Mr. Borger, I'm going to give you a moment, and then I want to clarify and then move on.
I'm just going to comment that the same thing applies when we get the rent, when we get the checks back. The checks don't have the tenant's name on it. So we have to go through a process of trying to identify, match the check with an application so that we can apply the payment to the correct tenant ledger.
You just get a check to Borger Management for a certain amount and you don't know what for what unit or.
Well, it's more complicated. We might get a check with 5 payments on it for one property and a series of coded numbers. And then we have to go back into the database and trying to match up the numbers on that with the tenant application and the landlord application. And one other quick comment that Ms. Walker may comment on, tenants get frustrated when they can't do this. And so they stop the application process or they reapply. So you have a tenant that's reapplied multiple times. And so you, as a landlord, you're not sure which application they're referring to. Just give you an idea of what the complexity is.
Okay, yes, this is much more complex than it seems it needs to be. So first, I just want to reiterate Councilmember Bonds' request. It would be helpful for us to get a handle on how much rent is still in arrears from AOVA because there's a concern about, are we spending this money efficiently and do we need more? The second thing is I will be asking the administration about these bureaucratic issues. And I guess I just have to say it kind of fuels I don't know if it's skepticism of the numbers. Excuse me. It fuels a skepticism of the numbers because if W.C. Smith is still struggling, then it's like, it just makes me not quite believe these numbers that we're posting because W.C. Smith, which has a lot of properties, still owed 40%. But I want to get to my final issue here. So the council recently passed the eviction moratorium phasing bill that includes a new notice of past due rent and restricts filings as long as a state EC application is pending. So how is this working for you? This was emergency. Are you using these notice of past due rent?
Yes, it's a long process because the first step is that you have to create the preliminary L&T list, and then you have to go into the database in order to give the current status on whether or not that tenant has applied or we received a payment or if we need to refer. So it's going to take a little more time in order to even prepare anything to submit, to prepare the 60-day notification to send out to the resident. So it is a time, it's a time barrier.
Okay.
Remember, we have not started that process because of exactly what Ms. Walker said.
And I know I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify what you said, Ms. Walker, and Mr. Borger, you have not started because it's too cumbersome. Like I'm trying to understand why you haven't started.
It's very cumbersome, very time consuming. And you have to make sure that you're checking the checkbox for each step in order to make sure that you're in compliance with the law and regulations. You have to make sure that if that applicant has not applied for state DC, we have to submit that referral and send that notification to the tenant notifying them that they've been referred, and we initiated an application on their behalf before we can even move forward with providing them with the 60-day advance notice.
Okay. I'm gonna have to leave it there. I'll just say that, you know, we had a conversation earlier, Ms. Walker, that the problem is that the tenant is either not non-responsive or not submitting things. I mean, it seems like this is the space in which we need to figure things out.
Yes.
Okay, well, we're in agreement there. Thank you both, or thank you everyone for your testimony. Sorry I didn't get to the utilities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. I also think it's too early still for landlords to be filing for non-payment of rent during the pandemic. Councilmember Pinto, did you have questions?
Thank you, Chairman. Just briefly. So to Ms. Cooper, are all of the customers who are currently late on their payments part of a repayment plan?
No, all of the customers who are late on their payments would not necessarily be automatically on a payment plan or have requested a payment plan. But one of the things that we're doing very intentionally, if a customer is late on their bill, we are ultimately, during our connection with that customer directly through our customer care representatives, providing all of the options that are available. The council's legislation that was recently passed provides specific guidance as it relates to our communications with customers as well. So everything that we're doing is ensuring that they are aware that that is one of the options that is available for them.
Okay, thank you very much. And do you have those percentages available of which percent of your customers are currently on repayment plans?
We can get it to you. I don't have it at my fingertips at the moment, but we would have that information and data.
Okay, no problem.
All right, thank you.
Do you have available to you, and forgive me if another colleague asked this already, what the total dollar amount is for outstanding payments for district customers?
That's the one that I was sharing that we would have to consolidate. So I was reporting the arrearages for the most vulnerable. And then you have the category of just all the customers that are in the arrearages. So we will compile that data and consolidate it and present it to the council. That's what Councilmember Bonds was asking about.
Got it. Okay. All right. That's it for me for this panel. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Thank you to each of the witnesses. We're going to move to the executive now. And I think you can continue to watch if you wish as attendees. A couple of you, I think, didn't submit a statement. If you would, that would be helpful. So thank you again. I'm going to turn now to John Falchicchio, who's the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, Laura Zeilinger, who's the Director of the Department of Human Services, and Polly Donaldson, who's the Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development.
There we are. All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee, as well as staff. I'm John Falchicchio, Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, and I'm pleased to be here with you today to discuss the Stronger Together by Assisting You DC program. On April 12th, 2021, Mayor Muriel Bowser announced the launch of Stay DC, a program designed to provide one-stop financial assistance to renters and housing providers who have lost income due to COVID-19 and need assistance paying rent and utilities. The Stay DC program is administered by the Department of Human Services in collaboration with DEMPED, the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services, and the Department of Housing and Community Development, with support from the District Department of Energy and the Environment. And I'm joined today by Director Zeilinger from DHS and Director Donaldson from DHCD. During the June Roundtable on Stay DC, I testified that the program is funded by two types of federal emergency rental assistance. The United States Department of Treasury oversees the ERA program funds, and sets the requirements and restrictions on fund use. Last week, Mayor Bowser announced the district has provided nearly $143 million in rent and utility assistance to district residents using federal ERA funds. Through spending on state EC and other eligible uses, such as keeping households reaching the end of their rapid rehousing assistance housed, the district has met the Department of Treasury requirement to spend 65% of the district's initial $200 million allocation of ERA spending, of ERA funds by September 30th, 2021. Having successfully met this important deadline, the district will avoid having any remaining funds swept and reallocated. This accomplishment also makes the district eligible for additional federal rental housing funding in the future. Through state EC, renters and housing providers can apply for funding to cover past and future rental payments, in addition to utilities like water, gas, and electricity. To date, the district has helped over 16,000 residents with approximately $103 million in rent and utility assistance through state EC. According to the Department of Treasury data through the end of July, the district is leading the nation for the amount of funds distributed per capita among all states administering ERA, and is third among all states in percentage of allocation spent, only surpassed by Texas and Virginia. The average amounts of funding per application include rent at $6,074, water at $935, electric at $852, and gas at $472. DEMPED, DMHHS, DHS, DHCD, and DOE have worked collaboratively to ensure that state EC application process is as accessible as possible. And I'm happy to report that since launching the program, we've made several enhancements that make it easier for applicants. These enhancements include regular updates to tenants on the status of their application, adding calendar events where residents can find in-person application assistance in their neighborhood, and adding functionality to allow applications for applicants to easily provide self-attestation. In fact, the Department of Treasury has even featured our self-attestation form as a best practice example on their website. Further, the district has also opened daily in-person application resource centers at DHCD's headquarters and at the Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs for Spanish language applicants. Community-based organizations, many of whom appeared earlier, remain available to help residents submit paper applications, and advertisements for state EC are currently running across more than 15 different digital, print, television, and radio outlets. Renters and housing providers can continue to apply for state EC either online at statedec.gov or in person at several event and application clinics throughout the city, listed at stay.dc.gov/DC events. Applicants can call the call center 1-833-4-STAY-DC for support throughout the process. It's open Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We're proud of all we have accomplished with State EC in the past 4 months. I'd like to take a moment to thank our community, including 13 community-based organization partners, residents, and housing providers for helping us get the word out about the program and for working with us to reach this major milestone. This program is just one critical component to the district's ongoing recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, and we encourage all eligible residents and housing providers to apply for assistance today. This concludes my formal testimony, and my colleagues and I will be here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Fachikio. So you are the only one making a statement?
That is correct.
Okay. We're going to have 2 10-minute rounds of questions. I will begin. Back in July, we passed legislation called the Public Emergency Extension and Eviction and Utility Moratorium Phasing Emergency Amendment Act, also known as Act 24-125. And under that law, the executive is required to allow housing providers to apply through the application portal on behalf of tenants with a tenant's electronic signature, and to allow this by August 9th, 2021. Has this been implemented? I assume I'm waiting for an answer.
That one, I'm looking to see if that enhancement has been made. Let's come back to that one.
All right, I'm guessing that it hasn't, because the testimony that we got, particularly from the last panel, was that the housing providers are still struggling with, they file an application, the tenant files an application, the applications have to be matched. And what we were trying to do was to allow the housing provider to do the whole thing. And the testimony also suggested that when the housing provider files the application, a greater amount of assistance is requested, an amount that's more accurate to the debt that's owed. And that by the housing provider providing or filing the application, the provider has easier access to documents like the lease and is able to provide those. So part of my question is also, if this requirement hasn't been implemented, when will it be? I'm guessing that you're still checking out.
So I'm going to turn to Director Zeilinger, but just one thing to be clear is that resident participation is a federal requirement. And so there's only so much we can do, because the housing provider can start an application, but the resident needs to participate as well. So I'll go to Director Zeilinger to talk about that a little bit.
Thank you. So a couple of things. I think it's important to separate the landlord being able to submit an actual application that then needs the tenant sign off, and that landlords can submit applications. We will have an enhancement to our portal where that is coming, where tenants will be able to review the application that a landlord completed on their behalf and sign off on that. And that is under development and will be done, is scheduled to be implemented on September 23rd. That should go, as long as that passes testing, that should go live on September 23rd. But landlords can do applications for tenants. That is a separate from the requirement that we match what a tenant application and the landlord portion of that application, where both parties have done that. And we have a number of things that we've done to enhance and ease that process on the back end and expedite those matches. And we have nowhere near the number of applications that are pending matching as we did when last time we met, for example. Chairman, I believe you may be on mute.
Yes, so the thrust of my question was, what you answered will be ready September 23rd. Is it possible to have that ready sooner? This was a requirement we put in the Emergency Act in July. And what we legislated was that the deadline would be August 9th. And I'll repeat that the testimony from the last panel in particular emphasized the advantages of the landlord submitting the application. So what I was asking about was exactly what I heard you, Ms. Zeilinger, describe. The landlord completes the application, but the tenant has to look at it and sign it. But the landlord asks, it appears the landlord is asking for a higher amount of money.
So in most cases, when a tenant initiates an application, it pings the landlord and the landlord confirms the amount owed, and we're able to provide that amount that is provided by the landlord. It is only in those applications that are initiated by tenants where we do not have a response from a landlord that we are going based on what the tenant has provided only. And that is correct, that the rent arrears requested and the rent amount paid on tenant-only applications versus applications that have a housing provider participation it's higher when the housing provider participates.
Yes.
But it is also most of the time that we do have that participation from the housing provider. There are about 20% of cases right now that we're paying to tenants because the housing provider has not provided information in response to the tenant application.
Yeah, okay.
So 80% of the time, the tenant fills out the application. Just to be clear, we are getting the information from the landlord and we are paying the full amount of rental arrears that the landlord is indicating is owed based on their ledger.
Could I restate that most of the time you're paying the amount that the tenant has asked for, that the landlord has confirmed, but that may be less than the amount that the tenant could be getting, because there's the 3 months future payments that the testimony from the first panel of witnesses indicated a lot of tenants don't realize that they're eligible for. And then there was testimony from the landlords that sometimes they know the amount more accurately than the tenant does. I think what I'm saying, and I think I'm being a little argumentative and I mean to be respectful, is that having a tenant state an amount that a landlord confirms is not the same as the landlord stating the amount that's actually owed in his or its books.
So I apologize if I was not clear. The landlord has asked how much is owed in their ledger, and that is the amount that we pay. Then there's when forward payment is requested, we are calculating that separately. So 80% of the time, we do have the housing provider responding to the application request by the tenant, and we are paying what the housing provider confirms is owed based on their lease and their ledger. It is when the 20% of the time that we don't have, roughly, that we don't have the response from the housing provider that we need to go on based on what the tenant has let us know. They could, if additional documentation is provided and they still have an additional amount they could be eligible for, they can reopen their same application and request additional funds. That is also true if they need to request funds for the following months.
Well, we also had the testimony from the first panel, which was the CBOs and others who are working with the tenants, that where the tenants are risking eviction, that there's a problem in the exact amount being paid. As you know, eviction can be thwarted if the exact amount that's owed is paid, but if it's less than that, and there was testimony that state DC monies are not always the full amount. It just seems to me that if we could move this in September 23rd, that would be helpful. What about the issue of the linkage that's based on an email address as opposed to the tenant's name or the property address with the unit number?
I don't believe that's accurate. We actually there are several ways that the applications do get matched on the back end. Primarily, we're using the property information, the address information. When it's not clear, they are also going based on other information. There is a number that the applicant is provided that is also helpful in matching. And now there's a process where a housing provider or a tenant can go back with the specific number to help assist in expediting that match. And that has been speeding up that matching process as well. So we've been working with the housing providers as well as with our community organizations on finding additional people who are supporting the application process to match more quickly. I also listened to all of the testimony of our community partner organizations. We are thrilled to have and need them working with tenants as well. And it is exactly why we've engaged them to help with tenants in the courts when additional monies are owed, so that we can facilitate getting those additional payments through an allowable funding source, particularly when they're pre-pandemic arrears. So I am absolutely aware that we need of what the issue is, and we are really grateful for those partnerships so that we're able to make sure and connect. That is not a state DC portal and technical issue. It's an issue of just the nature of what people who may owe rent arrears that put them at risk of eviction are facing, and how we need to respond as a community to protect those tenancies.
I'm out of time on this round. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. So I'm noticing that since our last report received on August 20th, and the update today, there isn't any movement on the amount of money dispersed to PEPCO. I'm curious about that, especially considering, well, the utilities in general, especially since you've done 20 million more on rental assistance since that time. So what's going on with that?
So the way the utility assistance works is we send a file to the utility companies. The utility companies then do some verification and send us back that file. So what you see is that happens on a bi-weekly basis. So that sort of turn and then return happens every other week.
So we're sort of mid-cycle on that. Will you be sending that deck over?
Yes, we could share that.
Okay, great. There was a lot of info on there, and you were very efficient with your testimony, so I didn't read it fast enough. So with that, can you share updated metrics on the number of individuals who've begun an application but have not received the relief funds after an extended period of time? And what's being done to get these applicants across the finish line, and what kind of headway is already being made?
So let me start us off, and I'll ask Director Zeilinger or Donaldson to jump in. But just to let you know, sort of our metrics have improved as we had promised they would, so that our average time to approve an application is 26 days. And so that average has come down since the start of the program back in April and May, when it was 45 days, dropped at one point to 37, and now is at 26. When we envisioned the program, we had hoped that we would be aligned with pre or non-pandemic similar rental assistance programs, and so we now see that alignment. Let me look to Director Zeilinger to just talk about some of the improvements that have led to this average coming down.
Sure. So we've enhanced the staffing. We've done some things related to the business process, and in order to bring those applications down. So we're now, any applications that were submitted in the early months, the only reason why they would not be paid is if there is still information lacking, and we're still working with those tenants and they would have heard from us repeatedly. So we are now processing applications and working with tenants and applicants in the same week in which applications are coming in. There are some built-in things in the eligibility timeline that mean that we could not be paying in the same week that even a complete application comes in, because there are a number of verifications against multiple systems. If it's a tenant-only application, there's a 5-day waiting period. And the whole eligibility process is complicated by the fact that in an ideal situation, we are looking at information that is coming from both the tenant and the housing provider, and leaving that and ensuring that we are making exactly the point the chairman was making at the beginning of, we want to ensure that to the maximum extent possible, we are paying the full arrears. And all of that takes a little bit of time in the processing. But we're thrilled to see that we are down at 26 days, and we still are, look at different ways that we may be able to shave off a couple of days.
I'm thrilled too, but I do want to get back to the question about the people who are still in there that have been in there since the beginning, the more challenging cases. two things. One is if somebody applied in the beginning and isn't responding, what is it that we're sending them that they're not responding to? And what are our other options in terms of contacting them? Related, why are we spending so little on navigators as compared to the other parts of the budget?
Okay.
No, I was just going to highlight that we have detailed 17 district government employees to actually go to try to reach out to via phone the residents who have an application that we need more information to move it forward. So there's a couple different universes of applicant who find themselves in that position. Some where there may be a document that was missing early on. There are others that the housing provider has initiated the application and we need the resident to do that. So we actually do have a staff resource that now is looking at those first applications that maybe came in the first few weeks and trying to assess and really reach out to those residents to make sure that they know exactly what's missing or that they know that the housing provider has started an application and what they should do to see it through to completion. But I'll turn to directors. I don't know if there's any more.
So Councilmember No, I think as you know, there's a contact center that is staffed. And one of the things that the contact center does is do that outreach as applications are coming in when additional information is needed so that when you look at the budget, a lot of what you're seeing is navigators or people who are actually out in community helping people with those applications, but the contact center is also doing that over the phone. So it's a pretty robust and high touch effort between the additional employees detailed as well as the outreach we do through the contact center.
I'm not sure if you heard the testimony, Director, about the information, wrong information being given out at the call center or just that it wasn't high enough touch. Can you talk about exactly what folks are empowered to do from the call center? And because obviously we are so used to having our CBOs help with ERAP and really be very hands-on. I know OLA has been doing a ton of engagement. They've been very hands-on. Does the call center have the ability to really walk people through each aspect of the application, or is it just this is what's missing?
So there's a tier one it's a tier one call center. So they're answering initial in-court when people are calling. There are a few things that they're doing at the outset. If somebody needs help with an application and they need to be walked through, they're actually connecting them to a CBO where they will either over the phone or when needed in person, as we heard in the testimony today from the CBOs who testified there, they have both, they will schedule appointments and they will see people who need help with those state DC applications. The call center is taking inquiries. They are scheduling those appointments. They are helping people with some technical issues related to the application, but it is a tier one level of review. And then they will refer for people who need more hands-on assistance to one of those organizations to help. And they will also do some outreach when they're reviewing and something may be missing and an attestation is needed or there's information that's absent or other requests for information.
And that's the call center is the 17 people that the deputy mayor referred to?
No,
plus-
the 17 people are district employees who are doing some additional follow-up. So for example, those would be people who never finished their applications, or they'll also be calling people where the housing provider has done the application, but the tenant has not answered their portion to do some outreach. So from the government to let people know your housing provider did an application. This is a legit program. Here's how it can help you, and to see what kind of questions that we can answer for them.
So we have about $27,000 in the budget for housing navigators. What are they doing? And also, are we, as we're referring people to community-based organizations for assistance, are we paying those organizations additional funds to help as well?
Council member, I can answer the latter part of that question regarding the CBOs. And just to be very clear that, we support them annually with grants from our federal sources, community development block grants. We support 11 housing counseling organizations with $7 million that's for their regular work. We also did in FY21 a bump up of 1.3 million that was distributed to all 11 organizations to help them with the surge in information requests they were getting regarding Stay DC. So the grant agreements were amended to include specifically funding for Stay DC outreach and further work. And then I can also share that we're in the final stages, and we'll be informing those CBOs who applied for funds for FY22 that their grant agreements will be prepared in the next couple of weeks in September, and that we will be giving approximately 10 million to the 11 CBOs, and then we have 3 new CBOs to provide housing counseling services as well. And so we know that we will be bumping that up. That's separate and apart from the additional funding that we are doing, an additional 1 million to the CBOs that work specifically with TOPA organizing. They will be getting an additional bump up as well on their annual contract for the TOPA organizing specifically, not relevant to Stay DC, but important to do as well. Thank you.
So 10 million on top of what they normally get, and then 1 million on top. 10 million
No,
total.
1 million on top. The 10 million is an increase over last year's annualized amount of 7 million, but it is for their annual housing count for all the housing counseling services that they provide. And then on top of that will be an additional million for, and Stay DC will be incorporated out. Stay DC outreach is incorporated into the plan, their work plans that they're submitting as part of their grant agreements for October 1. And then in addition, for any housing counseling agency that is not open yet, in other words, does not provide at this time walk-in services, that will also be part of the grant agreement, that they must have a in-person presence as well, following, of course, CDC and district guidelines from the Department of Health.
Thank you. I'm over my time, but is there anyone who can answer the question about the housing navigators and, what they do?
Yeah, Councilmember, those are navigators that are providing rehousing assistance for people who need help with identifying housing.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
There'll be a second round. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And thank you very much to our witnesses. I have just a few questions, trying to follow along. I'd like to ask Polly to tell me a little more about the grant funding that you were speaking of to the CBOs. I call them NGOs from my history, but the CBOs that help us to move the programs in the community, because I think I heard you say that the amount of funding for 2022 will be 10 million, and then you're adding a 1.3 million specifically for Stay DC work. Is that correct?
Let me clarify for you, council member, that in fact that 1.3 million was what we did in FY21 this fiscal year. We bumped up from their grants that had originated in October 1 of 2020 with the FY21 fiscal year. So the 1.3 additional was for Stay DC specific, and that was done this summer. And now for FY22, we are granting 10 million total to the 11 existing CBOs providing housing counseling services, and we're adding 3 more additional organizations to applied as part of the competitive bid process, scored well, and that we are going to be able to fund. Those letters are actually, I think they're awaiting my signature.
Oh, okay.
And will go out very soon, and then we will execute the grant agreements in September.
All right, so the total amount is 10 million for 11 plus 3. they will 11 plus 3 organizations will share the 10 million. Is that correct?
Correct. 14 organizations in total.
Okay. All right. I just want to understand that, because also it just seems to me, since we have a hefty pot of resource for the advertisement, the promotional aspect of this program, we could put more into the hopper for these organizations to really assist individuals that can't seem to navigate the application process by themselves. And especially since it all seems to happen online. If we had a paper application, maybe we could speed it up, but I'm just, that concerns me. And maybe the mayor will consider some reprogramming so we can get a few more dollars in that pot, which seems like it's needed.
Sure. Let me also, if I could, add to my answer that there also was an additional $14 million in the Department of Human Services budget that is going to 6 CBOs for housing counseling and for assistance with exactly what you just said, and 3 of which are also funded by DHCD. So those organizations that are providing both services as part of STAY-DC, as part of ongoing housing counseling, as part of ERAP implementation, they are also receiving funds. So there is a robust amount that I think if we add it up is at least over 24 million going to the community-based organizations providing housing counseling as well.
Okay, but you've indicated that the 14 million only goes to 6 of the 14 organizations, correct?
That's correct. Those are the CBOs that contract with DHS.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure.
To be clear, the grant amounts are not the same for each organization. It really depends on what their capacity and level of expertise is and what they requested as well.
Yes, I understand that. Thank you. If a tenant application is made but not yet approved, does this action stop or prevent an eviction filing from moving forward? And Mr. Deputy Mayor, you can direct it where you see.
Well, thank you, Councilmember. I'd like to just ask Director Zeilinger to just talk through how we're getting ready for the eviction issue. So let me go to Director Zeilinger.
All right, thank you.
So we're thank you. We're working closely with our community organizations, our legal services organizations, and the courts. And the White House, for a number of communities, has convened these community working groups, and Community Foundation and Urban Institute have been fantastic partners in this, where we're working on strategies for pre-eviction diversion. So for people who are at risk of eviction, we heard Marion Siegel from Housing Counseling Services talk about this. We're looking at where there are filings, whether applicants have applied for STAY-DC, the status of their application, and supporting the legal representation of those tenants with the courts, and ensuring that we're able to expedite the assistance that they need, whether it's through ERAP or through STAY-DC. So we expect to be able to do that in a more systemic and robust way, and are working on building out some additional strategies, even for people, whether they've have an application pending or not, to be sure that they're able to access the assistance that they might be eligible for in the event that they do not know about the program. But we're seeing many applications coming in, and we're, as we've noted, doing a lot of work to proactively reach out and understand for people who may have initiated application but never completed it, why that is, and to help them get complete. And most people are getting complete. So we have very, very few applications that are still pending, where somebody has applied and their application is not imminently now approved.
Okay, so then the general messaging to a tenant that has not yet applied, or to a tenant who is thinking about applying, is if you move forward and apply, your this will stop an eviction because you have your application in play. Is
They,
that
they
a
need to
message?
complete their application. And so
Okay,
that
I
their rent
understand
gets
that.
paid. I mean, so the
Yeah.
first step is to apply. Yeah.
Yeah, no, well, what I'm trying to understand is, are we telling the public that if you apply for Stay DC funds, that this in fact can stop a legal action at the time that you make your application? And if so, you and I know that many more people will probably rush to apply if they feel that they are likely to be in harm's way through an eviction action or filing for an eviction.
And council member, to that point, one of the things we're working on with the Office of the Tenant Advocate is a guide that actually just shows residents exactly that and shows them the different types of assistance that they might be eligible for. So that's a product that's in the works in order to emphasize that point.
Yes, well, thank you. That's so important because everywhere I've been and when I've talked with people, that has been the understanding that they have, and they're excited with that thought. And so it may not get them to the final goal point that Director Zeilinger is saying, but it certainly will get them to begin to focus on their well-being. And so that's what I was concerned with. Let me ask you this, how are tenant applications submitted by housing partners, that is our community-based organizations, handle when the tenant does not have an email?
So the housing organization can help create an email for the tenant. So they can help them set up a free email account, and they are trained to be able to do that. I think we have, and so that is how that is how we're doing that. In the meantime, though, we're also able to use stay@dc.gov to help as their email address, which is an alternate placeholder.
All right, and
So there's an email address that we use for inquiries, which is stay@dc.gov, and that can be a placeholder. But we are helping people get email addresses as well as part of that application process, but we don't want it to be a barrier to anyone who needs the assistance. And so there are a number of strategies that we're using, one of which is that Stay DC is an email address.
We know that excuse me, but we know that one of the barriers is, we heard from some of the providers, is quite simply not having a way to communicate back with the individual who has made the application, because they do not normally have an email address. And so that's the barrier that we're trying to overcome, so that, and it sounds like if you're going to use Stay DC, if I were working at one of the neighborhood organizations and I filled out an application for someone, I would not know how to get a response or a reply unless I use the telephone to call in and ask, is what you're really telling me at this point. We don't have a solution to that problem.
So people can put their phone numbers in, and the other way that is that sometimes housing providers are putting their own email addresses if they know that they're going to be assisting a tenant, and then they can be discussing with that applicant the status of their application if they're receiving those updates for them. But we are also doing robocalls with permission, when people give us permission to do so, to their telephone numbers with information about their application.
Okay, thank you. I'm over my time. I have a couple of more, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bunce. There'll be a second round. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to each of you, and thank you for your work here. So first, let me again say congratulations for getting the money out the door. And I have to say that today's hearing raises a different concern for me, which is that we might run out of rental assistance money. do you share that concern?
So actually in our conversations after we did talk about hitting the threshold, we did really kind of start talking about what happens when this resource is exhausted. So we are encouraging residents and housing providers to apply immediately so that we know the need. And Councilmember, one thing to highlight is since the end of July, the number of residents that have applied each week has doubled. So in the weeks of July, we saw about just over 1,000 resident applications each week. And now we're surpassing 2,500 resident applications each week. So it's important that, to Councilmember Bonds' point too, that residents and housing providers really apply today just to give us a sense of the need that's out there. And we'll be optimistic that the federal government may actually follow through on its threat to reallocate and that we would benefit from that.
Okay. I don't have the data right in front of me, and I'll reiterate Councilmember Nadeau's ask, which is for us to get the slideshow that you presented, because it looked like there was a lot of good information and data points in there that we haven't seen yet. But just on the point you just made, Mr. Deputy Mayor, so for a while we were concerned about the slow pace of applications, and all of a sudden you've said there's an uptick. What accounts for the uptick? Is it your outreach, expanded outreach efforts? And where I'm headed with that, since time is short, is about the need. So we asked AOBA, what is your estimate on the amount of arrearage? And they couldn't quite give an answer. And again, back to my concern about, well, are we not going to have the housing assistance to meet the need, which would then spur on the evictions? What is the city's estimate? What is your office's estimate of what the need is at this point?
So yeah, I'm going to ask Director Donaldson to talk about some of the need that as we were designing the program, there was some needs assessments.
And there is also some data available. Pulse is the source, and they provided in early August that the estimated need was in the 23,000 range in terms of folks with arrearages and income and meeting the income limitations of the ERA funding. We have presently about 16,000 applications that we have processed and paid or in process of paying, which would, if you do that math, it means that there's at least 7,000 that would still be an amount that we would need to make sure that we are addressing. So those are the numbers that we're working with. We also know that there may be more, and that again, looking towards additional federal funding as this program moves forward is going to be a key source.
Okay. So just to make sure I understand the answers that you both have given, so there is a concern that we will exhaust the ERA federal money, and it also exhaust any locally funded rental housing assistance programs. And then what do we do?
I actually can't speak to the local funded. Obviously, FY22, there's additional amounts for ERAP, and Director Zeiler could speak to that. Deputy Mayor.
Sorry about that. So there's 14 million in the emergency rental, the local emergency rental assistance program in ERAP in the FY22 budget. I know council added to what the mayor's appropriation was in anticipation that there may be a need for a higher amount of rent assistance. So I think what we are all very concerned about what that looks like, and we're monitoring it. And right now we're looking at the applications coming in. We're glad to see an increase in people asking for the help that they need. And it is I don't think that we can fully know exactly what that full amount of need for rent assistance is, but it's interesting that the average rent amount in arrears that people have been requesting is lower than what we initially projected, which may mean that we'll be able to assist more tenants who are in need of help.
Okay. Or it might mean, as we had heard in testimony, that tenants aren't requesting the right amount.
That may be true in some cases. And there's also, people may come back for additional amounts that they're still eligible for, and we want them to do that if they need it. But I think that as a community, as a city, we all need to work together to know what do we do if it looks like we're running out of money. But our intent is to and our focus has been to be heads down and making sure people know the assistance is there for them to be in compliance, so that we are not having to have audit problems or fraud or have any waste in the program, while also getting that money out as efficiently and effectively as possible. And we're really happy to see the large number of people we've helped and are in the queue to be paid through the program. So in a lot of ways, we are, setting the pace for the nation and how to do this.
So I went big picture. Now I'm going to go small picture here. So starting September 4th, our residents who receive PUA, Pandemic Unemployment Assistance, will get nothing. And our residents who are on unemployment are not going to receive the extra $300. So we know these are some of the households that are going to be struggling with rent. How are we targeting them? Either for making sure they're aware that they can get state ADC, get the 6 months rent assistance forward. What are we doing as a city to target this population?
So we've been working throughout this time period at working with our sister agencies to make sure that we're doing outreach. So DOAS has actually been one of the partners at the forefront of making sure that their recipients know about the Stay DC program. So we'll continue to build that engagement to make sure that their recipients do know about Stay DC.
Okay, I understand that answer, Deputy Mayor, but the issue is that the agency just sent out an email letting people know that they're not going to get benefits any longer. I know that email just went out on Friday. So again, I'm looking for specifics. You receive PUA, you're not going to receive any more money. Here is, you might be eligible still, you are eligible for state EC, and can we go back to them and say, well, you might have gotten back pay to meet your back payments, but you can also get money moving forward, as well as TANF and, other things. But I actually going to move forward since I only have 1 more minute, but I'd urge, I just keep asking this.
Yeah, actually, council member, we just sent a list actually to DOES this week of the stay applicants for them to cross-check it with UI recipients so that they don't duplicate it and target those UI recipients who have not already applied for Stay DC. So there is that communication interagency going on, and there will be that follow-up.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, Director Donaldson, because again, these are our hardest hit folks. And these are who are most at threat of eviction. So one more question in my last minute, actually. I just lost my train of thought, unfortunately. Well, I'll let it go since I only have 30 more seconds, but I will come back for a second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman. And hello, Director Donaldson and Deputy Mayor Falchicchio and Director Zeilinger. Congratulations to this amazing feat. I know you all have been working around the clock to try to get this money to where it needs to go in the hands of our residents. So thank you for all of that. I have a couple of questions. So first, to Deputy Mayor Falchicchio, the average payment, in my understanding, is about $6,000. But because this program is aimed to allow for rent 12 months back and 3 months forward, that of course will add up to more than $6,000. for most applicants. And so how many applicants have received the full amount that they've applied for?
So I'm going to ask Director Zeilinger to help on this one too. So just to be clear, what's available now though is the back rent as well as 3 months of forward rent. And then on October 1st, the next tranche of ERA becomes available. And that's where we'll have additional forward. But let me see if Director Zeilinger has that specific data that you asked about.
So, hello, council member. Unfortunately, I do not have that data on hand about how many people have maximized what they may be eligible for at this point.
Okay, I guess I'm trying.
It's something we can look into, but I don't. I just don't have that on hand, but can circle back.
Got it. Okay, and notwithstanding not having the precise data or amounts, I'm trying to understand if many tenants are applying for 15 months worth of rent and are for some reason only receiving part of it. So maybe even anecdotally, if you can share if there are reasons that only part of the application is being processed and approved, or what are some of the continuing hurdles you're finding there?
We don't see that we're approving partial applications. We are approving applications based on the best information we have about the full amount that tenants owe.
Okay, so is it your best understanding then that this $6,000 average is lower than what the average rent would be for 15 months of payment because people are applying for only a portion of the full timeline because that's the portion that they needed?
I think it's also important to understand that it's the amount that we're looking at on average is exactly that. It's an average. And so there are a range of tenants who we're supporting. For example, some tenants have a voucher with the housing authority and their rent burden might be very low. And so that would bring the average down for somebody who actually has no subsidy and they may be paying, they're responsible for their full portion of their rent. So, but I can't provide you the insight that you're looking for as to why we're not seeing people needing help with their full rent, applying for 15 months. Most of the time off the bat, I think people prioritize their housing costs and were paid what they could and were applying for what the difference is. And we're able to support them with that. And we may see that they need some of that help ongoing.
Got you. Okay. Thank you very much. That's helpful. What is the average turnaround time from the time at which you all receive an application to getting money out the door?
26 days.
Okay, great. And then I know you all were getting into this a little bit, I think, with Councilmember Bonds, but what information do we have about the next steps? I know Deputy Mayor Falchicchio, you just mentioned that maybe the federal government will say what they said they were going to do, which is reallocate funds from those states that were not able to meet that threshold. Do you all have any indication or conversations with our federal partners that you can share to illuminate what those plans are or what the latest thinking is about the next steps, particularly for the tens of thousands of district residents who have additional outstanding needs?
So
I was just going to say, I can answer that in terms of what we're doing, council member. We are participating in all of the calls with Treasury, with their staff. We are participating in weekly updates. And as material and information comes forward, Treasury has not addressed this specifically in terms of what's coming next. As you know, they did just release some additional guidance. They're really focused on trying to get those funds expended between now and the end of September. So I would anticipate that in September, we will get some additional information, but At this time, we don't have it. Obviously, we know where we rank in our Treasury ratings, if you will, because they are the ones that compile that information and issue it. So they would anticipate, I would assume, that those states that have passed that threshold would be wanting to know what does come next. And so we will be posing that question, and we'll share that information as soon as we hear something.
And I'll just, and that's exactly right. And I'll just add that we know that the Treasury and the federal government is very focused on the states who are not spending down their allocation and ways that they can try to clarify and change their guidance to make it easier. So we saw new guidance come out last week that used the district's attestation form as a model and best and promising practice for other states. And their emphasis has really been on how do they avert a national eviction crisis before they've been communicating as to how they help jurisdictions like ours with additional funding. We hope they will. But for now, we're, as Director Donaldson said, we're eagerly awaiting because we would like to be able to ensure that we have the maximum amount of resource available to help renters in the District of Columbia.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you for raising that, Director Zeilinger, because in an ideal world, we certainly wouldn't want to be pitting states against each other. All residents across this country have a great need, and I hope that those other states adopt what has proven to be a successful model here in DC. So a couple of suggestions came up on our first panel around ways that we can streamline the process, make the application more intuitive, make sure we're reaching seniors. And so I just wanted to run by a couple of those ideas by this panel and see if there are any hurdles or if we can implement some of those. So one of the ideas that continued to come up was this idea of pairing individual tenants with case managers. This is particularly concerning through the eviction process and making sure that tenants are paired with an individual one-to-one case manager to have people walk them through the process. Can any of you speak to what's currently happening in that regard and if that process could be improved?
I'm going to start us off, and then Director Donaldson's going to jump in to talk about the role of the CBOs a little bit more in depth. But one of the things that we have worked on, and it's something I think we might have even had in place at the last roundtable, was that residents can call the 800 number, and then we'll do referrals to community-based organizations. They at first try to help them on the phone as well. But then there's also the opportunity to set up an in-person appointment so that the resident can be helped with a live person who could walk them through the application. So let me turn to Director Donaldson to talk a little bit more about what the role of the community-based organizations has been.
Right, and that's actually, thank you, Deputy Mayor. That's precisely the role. It is looking at and providing that one-on-one for those who need it. I mean, I think that, as Director Zeilinger has said, those that are completing the application process and are being processed and paid their rent funds don't need that one-on-one case management, but there are individual tenants that do need that. And indeed, that is the role of the community-based organizations. That's what they do. That's what they provide, and they have that expertise. We are also, though, setting up specific locations, including the DHCD headquarters, where we have we have actually in our housing resource center, a room with 10 different computers staffed by a rotating set of community-based organizations that are actually providing on a daily basis that one-on-one assistance in person. Again, by appointment, but it is something where there is that direct referral from the call center to the CBO and to then the resident to help them with that. So, I mean, I see that as, again, taking that extra step for those that actually need that assistance. And that's part of what we have been funding with the CBOs in addition to their regular budgets to provide that help.
I hear you. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I guess just lastly, I'll bolster the concern that some of the CBOs had raised, which was that they felt like certain tenants needed to say the magic words to get paired or to get passed on. That may be just a training issue with some of the call center operators, but just something to keep in mind as we look to make sure that anybody who needs that case management is passed on. But thank you all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Treasury guidance made it clear that internet services and security deposits can also be covered under other expenses. The emergency legislation the council adopted in July, DC Act 24-125, requires the executive to issue guidance outlining when state DC will cover arrearages for internet services and security deposits. When will this guidance be issued?
So people can apply now for help with their internet, and we're working with the internet companies and the Office of the Chief Financial Officer on just the process for which we will remit payment to them, similar to what we had to do with other utility companies. But the applications for that internet assistance are happening, can happen now. And security, we can help people with security deposits now. We pay those though through ERAP.
So the application form for internet it's separate from rent and utility, or it's available now online?
It's available now online, and people can also update current applications or past applications and go back in to request that internet assistance.
Okay, and is there guidance that's going to go along with that?
We can add guidance if that's needed. As we continue to build out the back end, we are working on additional explanation and guidance and communication on the internet. We've been still working out that process as of this week with the internet companies, but we're able to have people begin to ask for that assistance now, and more communication on that will be coming.
The federal legislation, the Consolidated Appropriations Act, requires grantees, that would be the district government, to prioritize applications for households with incomes of 50% of the area median income or less. Those are to get priority, and households where one or more people are currently unemployed and have not been employed for 90 days prior to the application date.
Yeah.
So for example, let's say I'm in a household with an income of 30%, let's say I'm a household whose income is 30% AMI. Walk me through the process of how you would prioritize my application.
So Chairman, as we launched the program, our focus was making sure that people who applied were getting the assistance needed, understanding that we had a lot of people at risk and who needed that help. We did, however, also make sure that we were extending tenants who are in our FRSP program, our Family Rapid Rehousing Program, who would have otherwise been exited because we would not have had resources to extend their rent assistance. And those are our tenants who are, we know, at the very lowest end of the income spectrum and would be most at risk of returns to homelessness because they've experienced homelessness in the past. And we've, with about $40 million of the rent assistance has gone to help those households. So those are some ways in which thus far we have been focused on our very lowest income tenants. And the other, of course, is the work that we're doing with our CBOs and with people who are at risk of eviction through the courts. Those are also our very lowest income tenants that we see not represented, and where there are filings and where that proactive outreach and assistance is needed, which is why that the investments that Director Donaldson spoke about in her testimony have been so important in making sure that we are prioritizing our outreach to those tenants. I'll also note that we're doing a number of community events in our lowest income communities to ensure that we are going to those tenants to help them apply and get the assistance they need. And we'll be with Councilmember Trayan. Mm-hmm.
My question was, say I'm a household whose income is 30% AMI. Walk me through the process of how you would prioritize my application.
So the federal guidance is actually that that we prioritize with the entire resource. So it isn't necessarily an individual. It's not directed at state DC. It's directed at us using the entire federal resource that we received. So when you look at the $143 million that we reported out on at the end of last week, about $40 million of that was for the program that Director Zeilinger just outlined, the FRSP program. So that's how we make sure that the federal resource is used in alignment with the federal guidance.
So what you just said is that, I'm not quite sure what you just said. The fact that 40 million, 40.
I can say it again, Chairman.
Yes, I know, and my clock is ticking. So what you're saying is that $40.6 million went to low-income households who were falling off of rental assistance, and therefore you have prioritized low-income households, as opposed to having a process, something that's written out that says how low-income households will be prioritized. Is there a written policy that explains how state DC is prioritizing low income?
Again, Chairman, the federal guidance relates to how we use the entire federal resource. And so the way that we're using the federal resource is through a number of programs, not just state DC. So that's why I highlighted that of the $143 million that we reported out as of last week, a full 40 million of that was for FRSP. Therefore, we're in alignment with the federal guidance.
So if I asked if you were prioritizing the roughly 500 units who are in the pipeline for pre-pandemic cases for eviction,
I would tell you that this federal resource is not able to be used for pre-pandemic debt. So this federal resource would not. However,
actually, let me restate my question.
But Director Zeilinger can tell you how we would get assistance to those 500 residents.
The first panel, the testimony was that there are about 500 cases that are in landlord-tenant court that are moving toward eviction, and that those cases are proceeding because they're based on pre-pandemic debt. But this was the testimony. At this point in time, in August 31st, 2021, the amount that's owed is actually all pandemic debt. So they would qualify for assistance if as described to me is correct, it would qualify. But I can't look to a policy, a statement, a guidance from the executive.
Yes.
It would say that that's prioritized. It would just say, you would be testifying you're gonna.
So we don't know, and I don't know that it was the testimony, having listened to the earlier panel, what the AMI, the income was of the residents who are facing eviction. However, I can tell you that we are doing work to make sure that even for this first tranche of residents who are facing eviction, that the Department of Human Services is working with a group in order to make sure that we do have attention to this. So let me turn to Director Zeilinger briefly.
So there are a few issues that came up, and I'm going to try to address them briefly. One is people who had writs prior to the pandemic, who owe arrears prior to and may be subsequent and during the pandemic. So we are working with housing counseling services and other legal services to make sure that we are getting the ERAP and other assistance needed that people are eligible for to help those specific tenants. We are doing through the program as a whole, a number of measures to make sure that we are targeting our various very lowest income residents and having a robust presence in our lowest income neighborhoods to assist people in applying for and making sure they're getting the assistance. We also know that if we had a policy on an application by application review that prioritized some applications over others, we would see people applications either sitting or denied who are otherwise eligible. And so far, we have not made that a policy of the program. We have, however, prioritized people with writs When we look at, that's, I hope that helps answer the question.
Chairman, your microphone might be off.
I'm out of time, but I had another question, and so I'm going to go over a little bit. I'm looking at the Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Frequently Asked Questions revised August 25th, 2021. Number 22, ERA requires a prioritization of assistance for households with incomes less than 50% of area median income, or households with one or more individuals that have not been employed for the 90-day period preceding the date of application. How should grantees prioritize assistance? Answer, this is the Treasury guidance. Grantees should establish a preference system for assistance to prioritize this assistance to households with incomes less than 50% area median income and to households with one or more members that have been unemployed for at least 90 days. Grantees should document the preference system they plan to use and should inform all applicants about available preferences. And it goes on a little bit. Rather than belabor, I'm going to move to my last question.
Oh,
Yes.
Chairman, I do want to say that we do know that the program, in order to prioritize those following areas, that the applicants who've been unemployed for 90 days prior to application, applicants with at or below 50% AMI, and that we also have a collaboration with the courts to prioritize participants who have eviction judgments prior to the health emergency. So all that is operationalized, and we do have a filter on the state EC in order to prioritize them first and expedite their review as much as possible. So both in the state EC, but then also in the spirit of the full federal requirement, we're doing it both in state EC, but also how we prioritize the overall resource that was made available to the district.
Well, I had asked if there was a policy or something that was written out, and the answer I got was no. The guidance says Treasury will require grantees to report to Treasury on the methods they have established to implement this prioritization.
I think the confusion is about whether it's a policy or a business process. The way we operationalize it is that the applications are filtered and then they're prioritized based on the three criteria that we listed out.
And just to clarify, Chairman Sawyer, is that it is in the Deloitte's written protocols in their backend process, the way that the applications are filtered, and it is, and that is a written protocol.
And then, as we also previously discussed, the outreach that we did is targeted towards those that we just listed, those three categories.
If I seem mildly frustrated, I would be, because my question began with, say I'm a household whose income is 30% AMI, walk me through the process of how you would prioritize my application. And it's only now in the last, 10 minutes that somebody volunteered that it's in the Deloitte protocols. My next question.
The frustration is shared, Chairman.
Thank you. My last question is that as you've noted, roughly $40.6 million that has been spent is for the emergency rental assistance funding on rapid rehousing. And I know Councilmember Silverman touched on this. If there have been 15,000 applications for state DC money outside of that 40 million, with an average payment of about $6,100, and the Washington Post article on the mayor's press release last Friday said that government officials estimate there are about 70,000 households that may need rental assistance. Should we really be using rapid rehousing? When I say rapid rehousing needs for the state DC program, when we've touched on only 15,000 of the 70,000 possible universe at a $6,100 average? I mean, we're going to run out of money.
So yes,
As math, if you want me to.
no, as we discussed earlier, we are concerned that the resource may be exhausted at some point, and our team is definitely looking at how we would approach that. The other thing I would say is the 70,000 was a number that we got from the Urban Institute when this was pre-program opening. They did it nationally, and that was the estimate for the high, kind of the ceiling of what the district may be at. They did say that it could be anywhere from 25 to 30,000 and as high as 70. But let me actually ask Director Ziongler to jump in as well.
So the district is currently supporting families who have exited homelessness. More than 3,300 families are in the FRSP program. And council has not fully funded the FRSP budget in the way that has been requested historically. We made a policy choice during the pandemic to not end rent assistance for families in FRSP who had been in the program more than the 12 to 18 months that program is designed to assist, understanding that those families had not had the opportunity to build their income and pay their rent and would otherwise be back facing homelessness or applying for assistance through Stay DC in order to maintain their tenancies. So it would have been certainly an allowable use and allowable for them to go in, apply, get the assistance, or rather than put families through that, we have extended their rent assistance, understanding that they need it, using the federal ERA funds so that those families are not returning to homelessness and that they've been able to have that stability during the pandemic. So I would argue that we are not taking money away from people who need Stay DC, but people who have histories of homelessness, who are very lowest income tenants, are most in need of that assistance, and we've ensured that they've had it with as few obstacles as possible.
I am way over my time. Councilmember Nadeau.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say anything. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, I did ask myself for permission to go over.
No objection. Okay, thank you, Chairman. So just two things. What is the plan for accessing funds for the next round? So I understand jurisdictions that haven't spent money will be giving it back and we'll have the opportunity to get additional. Do we have to apply for that? Is there a standard operation for that?
Thank you, council member. I just want to say that as I mentioned earlier, Treasury has not issued guidance on that portion of the program. They're very focused on between now and the end of September, providing guidance to states to help them spend the money. We do anticipate and participate in weekly calls with Treasury staff, with national coalitions that are monitoring. We are monitoring this, and we'll share that information as soon as we do get some guidance from Treasury on how states that have achieved states and the district that have achieved the threshold, what then would happen next. And I think it's going to be based in part that, yes, some states have been slow in rolling out their programs, and some states don't have as many renters as other states. So we do anticipate that there will be some funds. We just don't know the process and the procedure. And I think Treasury's trying to figure that out themselves based on but they want to see more spend is really what they want to see from the states. So that's where their focus is right now.
Understandable, but also we just want the money. So not our problem.
We're certainly monitoring. We're monitoring and we are inquiring, and we will inquire about that. It was noted that that's part of the reason, I think, for the mayor's announcement last week of being able to achieve the threshold to certainly put DC on the radar screen, which we are for many of the folks at Treasury.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Actually, I have two more now. One question about the portal. Do we own that now, or does that belong to Deloitte? And is there any opportunity for us to continue improving it and using it for other rental assistance programs?
So the district doesn't own it. There are improvements happening to it, and there are a number of things we have continued having a prioritized list and noted a few things that are under development. with the Deloitte application. We are also concurrently working on a number of improvements to our ERAP application and the process for just our overall business process for ERAP together with our ERAP providers. So we are focused on how we continue to streamline those operations, but we don't own the system that Deloitte is providing through State DC.
Okay, at another time, perhaps through our committee, we can talk about the streamlining of the ERAP. I'm very interested in what you're working on. And then finally, I want to put this out there. I'm not sure how big of a problem it is. We're kind of investigating this a little bit, but is it possible that some landlords that are not properly licensed through DCRA might be hesitant to participate in Stay DC? And if so, how would renters access those funds? You know, for example, maybe someone renting out a basement apartment, they haven't gotten a CVO for, something like that.
My understanding is this, and that tenants where a landlord is not participating or does not respond are then eligible after 5 days to be the recipient of the funds once their application has been processed. So that, I believe, is the business process piece that is addressing that issue. Certainly, we're encouraging landlords to register their rental units. They do that at DHCD and DCRA, and we have that process and have been open for business throughout the pandemic to do that, both electronically as well as paper. So we do encourage all housing providers in the district, whether it's a sole provider in a single family home or, obviously multiple units, to register their units.
Okay. And generally speaking, we're not spending a lot of time worrying about whether or not a landlord is registered with DHCD or DCRA if their tenant wants to participate in the program. I assume that's not a focus.
It's not a focus.
Okay, great. We want to just make sure that, nobody is held back by fear of, I'm with you on wanting to get everyone registered adequately. So we can tackle that too. But okay, thank you so much, all of you, for your testimony and your hard work. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Chairman, and thanks again to this very important panel. I wondered, as you were responding to Councilmember Nadeau's inquiry about the tenants that receive a payment, is there any obligation on the part of the government to track and be assured that the payment actually gets to their landlord, or would it be tracked through providing some list to the courts as it relates to preventing that household from being evicted?
So we'd be able to provide the information to the courts if the courts were to ask for it. But in terms of perfecting how we make sure that the resident who receives the assistance uses it for the intended purpose is still something that we're researching and working to perfect.
Okay, thank you. That sort of struck me as, if it seems to me Stay DC is tied to preventing eviction. I mean, that's what this is really about. And it just seems that there ought to be some sort of nexus between the two. And how do we do that? And that really leads me to the other side of the question. How are we informing the courts? And you indicated we're informing the courts if they ask. And since they are not, they're too busy to ask, is there some list that we would provide them with? These are the families that have been approved this week. We know that we approved them for, 12 months, 15 months arrears. And should that mean to the courts that we're asking that the eviction process be stayed? That's in the event they haven't heard from the landlord?
So Councilmember, we are working with the courts. We are in a work group with the courts and with the legal services organizations. We do have organizations that are providing representation and presence in the court and are coordinating with them so that when both at the court and also when cases are filed with the courts, to be sure that we know the status of whether a tenant has applied, and if not, giving them information so they can apply for stay DC, and also providing that information about the status of the application as well as other arrears that may not be eligible for stay DC, connecting tenants with that assistance. So yes, we are working on a number of ways and hope to have a more robust program that we're that we're sharing directly with the courts information. We can't provide the courts a list, and I don't think they would be doing the matching themselves, but we would like to be able to have that information on filings so that we are working with tenants who are at risk where their landlords have filed for eviction to ensure that they get any assistance they might be eligible for through this program and other assistance programs that we have to offer in our community.
Okay, I remember that Housing Counseling Services indicated that they are in the courts now. And I just wondered if that is one of their liaison functions to
That's
really.
exactly what I'm.
Okay, all right, gotcha. Thank you. Just trying to connect the dots. Thank you so much. And do you do the same for tenants that have received, or I should ask, have there been any tenants that have received utility payments because the utility company has not been responsive?
So do you want to talk to that or you want me to?
No, you can. Good.
So no, we don't pay the utility payments directly to the tenant because we have a way that we are working directly with the utility companies to verify the accounts and the amounts owed. And then the utility companies will receive those direct payments. So when a tenant initiates an application, there's a file that we send over to the utility company to verify any utility balances owed and make those payments on their accounts.
Okay, so, all right. Thank you. One of the issues raised earlier, in fact, in both previous panels, is the thought that providing more caseworker assistance would sort of smooth the process of getting the applications in, particularly from those that are not familiar with electronic processing, et cetera. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, Councilmember, I think you've hit on precisely what the role of our community-based organization, Housing Counseling Network, is currently and has been for many, many years, but also in terms of Stay DC in particular. And I think that the process as described, when someone does have trouble with an application or when there is an incomplete application where further assistance is needed, whether because of technology or some other reason, that is where the referral to the CBOs is what's going to allow for that one-on-one and for that case management, if you will, by the CBOs.
Okay, but no additional thought that we may need additional resources put in the community and with the community-based organizations to assist individuals. I mean, are you feeling very stressed now? Are you feeling very comfortable that everything is working, that, you know, we're going to get this task done? We're going to spend every $352 million, plus we're going to spend another $300 million that we're going to get from Treasury eventually. Are you thinking that's what's going on and you're okay? It's working fine?
I think that I value so highly our partnership with the community-based organizations and know that they are stepping up, have stepped up over the course of the pandemic and added in beyond what they do. And we have given some additional resources. I will say that our FY22 grants are in process and will be ready at the beginning of the fiscal year, October 1. And we have actually found some additional resources. So we are doing more than what was originally even budgeted because we've had some additional CDBG that we can dedicate to CDBG CV money that we can dedicate to it. And we do anticipate that the CBOs will use a portion of that for their Stay DC outreach. That'll be written into the grant agreement. So we are, I think, really knowing that this is, that the resources that we have at this time, I think will lead to that need for that portion of our residents who need the additional assistance beyond the call center, beyond the existing structures and processes. So, but we'll be continuously monitoring this. We have weekly outreach calls with our community-based organizations together with DHS. So we know that that we will be able to monitor this and to certainly be able to, particularly if the application volume continues to tick up, to see what we would do. So we will continue to do that.
All right, well, thank you very much for your responses. I know I may have a minute or two more. Oh, well, I think I'm going to quit while I'm ahead, so to speak, and not drag this issue on, because I want to thank you all. Thank you personally, opportunity to say thank you to each of you, because I know it has not been easy. And I know that we've been a little combative and probably will happen again. But your work is so very, very important. And I thank you very much for being collaborative in what you're doing, not just with the community organizations, but with the individuals. I had the occasion to be on site with an individual who had benefited from the Stay DC. And, you know, she just felt that everything was perfect. And as Director Zeilinger said, she is actually going to be coming back when the time comes for her to get her additional 3 months rent paid. So she was very excited, and that was very, very encouraging. And I'm also very happy that we were able to get additional resources to OTA and the Office of Tenant Advocate. And I'm happy about that because really and truly it's panning out to be an exciting situation. They will actually become one of the satellites for the Superior Court. So this is, I think this is how government should work. So thank you very much. And thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Silverman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let me pick up with the 500 families at risk of eviction. So what specific steps is the city taking to prevent eviction in these households? One of the recommendations from Ms. Mellon was that we have a social worker or some type of person assigned to each household to work through the issues. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, council member. So as I testified earlier, and I'll say again, we're working closely with housing counseling services in the courts so that they have the list of tenants for whom there is a writ, and ensuring that that they're represented, that we're able to connect them with all of the available resources that they need, whether they owe pre-pandemic arrears that could be paid by ERAP or Stay DC assistance, but we are funding people. And we heard testimony from Miriam Siegel from Housing Counseling Services, who's been a tremendous advocate and partner with the district in all our agencies as we've rolled out this program in supporting tenants, including enhancing our presence in the court. So we are funding positions with them. They are in the court representing. They are working with us to get the lists, which we are bumping against our who's applied for state DC and making sure that we are providing all of the assistance possible to protect the tenancies of these tenants and connect them to any assistance they're eligible for. So I just really, I want to thank them because they've been proactive. They've been on the work group with us that the White House initially convened, and our other community partners in the courts is at the table and very solution oriented. And we, as much as, we're all looking at each other and how we can each be better in it, they have really been, all of the organizations have been partners at the table also as they've testified doing the work, and we're really happy to be able to support them in that.
Okay, I appreciate your answer, Director Zeilinger. Just, I don't know, 3 hours ago, some of the advocates were expressing concern that these families were still at risk. So my understanding, to sum up, is that we're using, is it ERAP funds for arrears pre-pandemic? And then we're looking at making sure that state EC funds are being completely used. There was a concern that there was still some arrearage that was under the pandemic that wasn't being covered by state EC. So are we reconciling them? I'm just trying to understand why they're testifying something just 2 hours ago, and you're saying we're doing everything we can possible.
So I think that in order to know, we have to take each case on a case-by-case basis. And what I can say is what we've done is we've set up a process with housing counseling services in the courts, where we have housing counseling looking at who's at risk, that they are representing, and we are working with them on a case-by-case basis. I'm grateful to them, and with Deloitte, to make sure that we know that we're leveraging every funding stream and program they may be eligible for. Until that case is closed and that person is no longer at risk, I can't say to you, I'm not worried, nobody is at risk, but I can tell you we're doing everything we know how to do to help each tenant, and we're resourcing our community organizations to be a presence there to advocate.
I have one follow-up. So what Ms. Siegel was saying is that with ERAP, it sounds like the CBOs have flexibility. And I remember a very visual image of her saying we can show up with cash or a check for the marshals. Yet my understanding is if it's pandemic related arrearage, they don't have that flexibility with state EC funds. Am I understanding that correctly?
Councilmember, we haven't paid any state DC funds out in cash.
Okay, but here, okay, it's not cash or check or money order. The point is that ERAP, I guess the CBOs have flexibility with ERAP that they don't have with state EC. So as several of the advocates testified, they believe that there was still pandemic related back rent arrearage that would be covered under state EC that might be at issue at this point. But when the marshals show up, they don't have, I guess, the same ability to access funds with state EC that they do with ERAP.
So Councilmember, Housing Counseling Services is an ERAP provider. They will be, and they will have additional funds in the new fiscal year in ERAP. They are able to use the flexible funding in ERAP as well as the ERA funding that's available to them to help make the link and identify where there are gaps. So it is a federal government, of course, the state DC is a federally funded program. It's going to follow a different set of protocols and business processes, but we're using our local funds to give our CBOs the flexibility they need to help tenants in every way possible. And we're iterating with them on how to do that better all the time. So we are meeting with Marion and she's bringing ideas, and we are listening to her and resourcing her to the maximum extent we can. Okay, just for time efficiency, because I have a few more big questions. I hope we have flexibility so that housing counseling services, even if it's pandemic related arrearage, can prevent that eviction by accessing funds. I'm going to leave it there. I do want to retread something that Chairman Mendelson, I think, several times tried at, and I'm going to try at again. So my understanding from the Treasury guidance, and I'm looking at it right now, is that we needed to submit a plan, a prioritization plan to Treasury that was going to outline exactly what we were going to do to reach very low income renters, the 50% or below AMI, as well as, of course, my concern that I'll continue to reiterate, are unemployed. And you said, Deputy Mayor, that, well, I think we're debating whether it's a business process or a protocol. It looks very clear from the Treasury guidance, there's a written plan that needs to be submitted. And I think the concern of the chairman's, and I'll just say certainly of mine, is that, how are we prioritizing those folks most at risk? If you look at the data, it shows that those under 50% AMI renters, whether we look geographically or whatever, are the ones that need money. So are you saying then, Deputy Mayor, that there is not a written plan, that it's only the Deloitte protocols? And if that's the case, then can we get the Deloitte protocols?
So why don't we do this for this question? Because it seems to be a point of contention. So why don't we provide you to the council in writing what our sort of policy and approach is on this? That might be a better way for us all to kind of move forward from this.
Yeah, and I'm happy to talk with you more about it, because I think there is a concern among the council about prioritizing those folks.
Yeah, but in terms of the service that the residents get, as we talked about in Chairman Mendelson's round, there is a filter that we're able to actually find people who, again, have been unemployed in the past 90 days prior to application at 50% or below AMI, and then who also might be facing eviction prior to the public health emergency. So those are all operationalized. So if it's more helpful to get this in writing, I'm sure we commit to do that. Actually, we can commit to do that.
Thank you. The 45 million or so that's listed as for rapid rehousing, or among the 150 spent, is that encumbered? Is that out the door? I guess I was surprised to see that number.
Yeah.
Councilmember, let me just quickly add that some of that under that line also went towards CHAP funding at the beginning of the fiscal year. Once the appropriation passed in December, we then were able to shift funds from CDBG CV to using ERA funding for that from the appropriation for CHAP. So that's a portion of it. And then the rest, I'll turn to Director Ziwiner, is going towards rental assistance in the FRSP program.
And yes, we have expended those dollars. They're expended. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I just have like two more questions. How are we? There's just over 35 million is the maximum we can legally use from ERA 1 and 2 for housing stability services. Things like case management, as we were talking about earlier with those 500 families, housing navigators. I think Councilmember Nadeau asked about that. So how much have we spent on this so far, and what is our plan to spend the 35 million? Is that us?
It's the second.
The program outreach or the
No, above.
Oh, EHV. So that's. Is there confusion about my question, or?
Yeah, can you just go through that? You were asking about that.
It seems like when we've done more outreach like focused on these housing stability services, it's been successful. So how much are we spending on that? And if we don't spend all the 35 million, I think we've spent very little of that. Can we shift that money toward more rental assistance?
Yeah, so I think it falls in two places. So the outreach and then the housing stabilization. So Director Zeilinger, do you want to talk about the housing stabilization
Yeah,
services?
some of the housing stabilization services are supporting tenants who are in the FRSP program. So as that program has grown and those tenants have needed housing stabilization services, some of that, a portion of that is also going to fill that program need.
And then so for some of our outreach, if we didn't use the resource for outreach, it would then be used for benefit to a resident.
Okay. So what are we funding right now with the housing stability money?
We're funding case management in the FRSP program is in the DHS budget is some of what is being funded there. So there's 2.1 million that is obligated for that purpose.
2.1, okay. But we have up to 35 million.
So the 35 million, I think you're referring to is for administrative costs. Is that what you're referring to, or what?
That can be
Okay.
used, I thought, up to 10% for housing stability services.
So, yeah, I think, Councilmember, we may have to come back to you on this one because I think we're talking about administrative and housing stability services. So that's where, so outreach, as an example, we've spent about just over $1 million in outreach, and that includes the advertising as well as outreach teams to go do the pop-up events that we are doing as well. So there's a couple different buckets I think that you're crossing over.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I'd be happy to iron that out with you offline because I apologize to my colleague, Councilmember Pinto. Just finally on plain language. We've heard repeatedly about plain language. Please, to make the application more understandable and to make instructions more understandable. This is my mantra in our entire government. I just don't think we write in language that our residents understand. So given the testimony today, are you going to make adjustments on plain language some more? And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So on the issue of plain language, we do have a survey on the application to understand people's experience with it. And we are seeing that the vast majority of people say that they found the process very easy. We certainly know there are plenty of people, and we've heard a lot of testimony about the folks who don't find it easy, who are less technologically savvy, who need more help, who need assistance, and which is why we're working in partnership and have a number of ways to assist those tenants. But I think that it's we don't hear as much from the folks who, although Councilmember Bonds did note at least one of them who she met, who find it actually very straightforward and easy to use. We also have a number of assistance documents that we've provided, that Deloitte has provided in the online application to help assist people through that and make it more straightforward. Where we can make the language more plain and more understandable, we are always looking for feedback, gathering feedback, and constantly making adjustments to that, and would welcome any specific areas where people find that we could be more plain in the language. But I do think it is helpful to just note that we are looking at a number of ways to get stakeholder input and feedback, and we have that in more than 3,000 surveys, over 1,500 people found it very easy. Almost 1,000 found it somewhat easy. And then a smaller portion, 400 found it neither easy nor difficult, and about 300 people found it somewhat difficult. So to give a sense of what the user experience has been based on our surveys.
Thank you. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So continuing our discussion from last round about some of the recommendations that our CBOs made in the first panel, another item that came up was for applicants who were denied, that there was some reports that people thought that the process was over and that the application was, there was no more hope for them. And one of the recommendations was that instead of an outright denial, the language should be clearer on how they can rectify the hurdles in their application. Is that something that you are all considering, and how do you consider the process when an application is denied?
So as Director Zeilinger is pulling up some more information, there have been no applications that have been denied. So right now, we're still working with the applicants to make sure that we get the needed information. So that was, as an example, we have the 17 district government employees who are reaching out to a universe of several thousand applicants who provided us with an incomplete application in order to try to get their application through to completion. So that's one example of some of the outreach. So we haven't had any denials. We have asked people for additional information. And so we're getting to the point, though, where we've done that outreach over the course of several weeks. And so what we'll start to pivot towards is a process where we do deny, but that's after several weeks, again, of outreach. So I'll turn to Director Zeilinger to see if there's any additional to add.
And we have clarified the language in the communication that we've sent and asked people to submit for a re-review of their application. We feel like we've tried every possible way of making sure anybody who's eligible can demonstrate their eligibility and make it as easy as possible. And we then will begin to send denials only once we've exhausted all attempts to get to the facts. And it will likely be for reasons such as exceeding AMI, a duplicate application in the system. The person is actually not a renter, but very few would be because they have not provided something that they can attest to. So we're sending attestation forms and making sure people know how to attest when there's a piece of information missing. But so far, there have not been any outright denials.
Okay. Thank you. And go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Oh, no, I was just going to say in that round of notifications that will go out this week, the leading reasons for the denials will be the income doesn't meet the federal requirements, and that the rental relationship can't be verified.
Got it. Okay. And so in the event that the rental relationship can't be verified, as we have heard about with other informal rental agreements, or if it is something that the applicant can self-attest to, what does that process look like to get back to people, to let them know, here was the problem with it, here's what you need to rectify it?
So what we've been encouraging residents to do that haven't heard back who get an email that says we need you to provide more information and they don't feel like they can, is to actually call the call center in order to actually go through it with the call center, and they can ask for a referral. That referral will then allow them to get a call with somebody who could case manage, as we've been talking about, as Director Donaldson's been talking about, and then even set up an in-person appointment if the resident needs even more assistance. So there's not sort of an end of the road. There's a come to us for the assistance so we can help bring you through the application process.
Got you. Okay. And that gets back to our earlier conversation that not every person will need a case manager necessarily, but it sounds like there are some people who were not aware that that option was available to them. And so maybe flipping that language of, as opposed to asking for a referral, explaining to people their options in that call center conversation could help. So another piece of feedback that we heard and have been hearing is needing one point of contact with the government for benefits that are available or documentation that needs to be provided through other benefits. Is that something that you all are considering streamlining as we head into the fall?
Yeah, so we're working with the Office of the Tenant Advocate to actually put together a guide of all the available resources. So that's actually a product that we're working on together with the Office of the Tenant Advocate.
Okay, and when do you expect that guide to be complete?
We're hoping that it'll be available in the coming weeks. I think we'll see how we get it out as well, because we want to make sure that we obviously perfect the guide, but then how we get it into people's hands, we're putting together the plan for that as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's great news. One of the concerns that we've also heard is the difficulty in reaching seniors, particularly through social media and needing to be creative, whether that's through, boots on the ground or the Office of Aging or TV ads. What are some of the ways that you all are working to reach seniors as we encourage them to apply for the funding?
Well, let me just walk you through, Councilmember. That's a good question. And I think that we've really tried to do a variety, both with paid advertising and in periodicals, newspapers, community newspapers, local newspapers that seniors tend to read more and aren't doing it online per se, but are getting hard copies. So we've been in the Washington Post, the Beacon, which is a senior newspaper, the Blade, the Capital Community News, which is east of the river, Mid-City, Hill Rag, El Tiempo Latino, radio. And then we've also been doing radio and TV, ABC 7, NBC 4, Telemundo, WHUR, and Radio 1 as well. So we've really worked to try and get to multiple forms of access in the media and in that. We also are working with the Office of Aging and with the Ambassador Corps, that is the vaccination corps that's going out and doing door knocking, door to door, and they're presenting information both on vaccine and Stay DC. So we have found that has also been an effective way to reach out into the communities.
Thank you very much. What else here have we not covered? For verification, there have been concerns that have been raised around providing the lease. And this again is most relevant for the informal rental agreements that we see. Are there ways that we can improve the application that's still within the Treasury guidelines to provide other alternatives for validation of your relationship with your landlord? One idea that was raised earlier by Beth was around providing your eviction notice, other correspondence between the tenant and landlord to show the rental relationship. Are those types of alternative verifications being considered?
We can accept an attestation in those circumstances, council member. Okay. So it's actually even simpler than what you stated. They can use the attestation form.
Okay, so tenant does not have to submit their formal lease agreement.
It's better if they submit their formal lease agreement, because then we can pay based on the actual amount of rent. If they do an attestation, we can help them up to the fair market rent for their area. And there's some limitations on what we can pay. But to your point of people who cannot get a hold of their lease, maybe never had a formal lease, we can use attestation. They can submit an attestation of their rental circumstances in that case that can allow them to access the help that they're eligible for through the program.
Got it. Okay. Well, I'm about out of time, so we'll just reiterate my gratitude to all of you. And hopefully we'll get the rest of the money out the door and get some more money and get the residents the help they need. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. As I had indicated at the beginning of the hearing, the record for this roundtable will close at 5 p.m. on September 7th. We've had 2 rounds of questions by council members of the executive branch witnesses. I want to thank each of them. And if we were not in recess, these matters would be probably taken up by the Committee on Housing or the Committee on Human Services. And we will be back from recess in a month. So with that, I'm going to wrap up this hearing, a roundtable. Again, thank you, Mr. Falchecchio and Director Zeilinger and Donaldson. And with that, the time is 5:14 in the afternoon. This roundtable is adjourned.